Hello and welcome back, and that is right, today we're going to continue talking about the subject of the Storaxa Kickstarter NAS. How many times have you heard me say that this year? 12, 13 times? Well, today's video we're going to go into a lot more detail on that, because although today's video is most certainly going to include the December update of this ongoing crowdfunded campaign, again there are chapters along the bottom. Before that, what I wanted to do for the end of the year was do a special, and that is going to be all of the other parts in this series merged into one video. Now, this video has got no ads on it at all. I've not enabled monetization. This video is for those that want to learn about this campaign, either visually or having it playing in the background, but don't want to go through all the individual videos, which are all monetized. This is a non-monetized video, in which case it will have no ads all the way through. I might enable ads on this, you know, after this system comes out, maybe, but probably not even then. But for now, this is for people that want to learn the entire campaign and everything that's happened in the last 12 months of this campaign, all in one video, all at once. Now, again, if you are only coming to this video for the December update, chapter on the bottom, head straight down there. We've got all of the updates for December, along with discussing the Zoom that I'm planning towards the end of January on this and more. But again, if you have come to this video, chances are you've done this because you've wanted to learn about this, frankly, rather large crowdfunding campaign, the largest of its kind in the field of network-attached storage, raising 1.9 million in initial funding, and with extras bolted on top, reaching the dizzy heights of $3.4 million. So, without further ado, let's crack on and rewind all the way to January 2023 and start this journey together. For the rest of you, I will see you at the end of this video for the December update. Today I want to talk about a certain Kickstarter NAS, the Storaxa. But before we go any further, a little bit of background. For the last month, maybe month and a half, quite a lot of you have been messaging me and Eddie at NAS Compares about a particular little Kickstarter that is really buzzing to the surface. It's appeared on a lot of editorial platforms, and you know, when it comes to network attached storage, it seems to be the very definition of too good to be true. Now, normally I would have put this kind of subject, this kind of thing, into a Date and User a Week video. I've covered a few kind of Raspberry Pi based Kickstarter NASs there in the past that were trying to meld a lot of the open source stuff out there into much more affordable package. But this seems to be one of the more aggressive moves, not only in terms of value for money, but also in terms of what the thing is promising. And enough of you have been in contact, you know, up to this point. I thought it was important enough for, you know, me and Eddie to delve into this and give our genuine thoughts and feelings on this, because I'll get it out of the way straight away. I'm not a big fan of Kickstarter NAS solutions like this, not because of the idea of Kickstarter. I'm not anti that at all. I think crowdfunding is very, very important, but when it comes to devices like this on Kickstarter, which are very easy to build for a lot of even lightly versed IT guys, with the likes of AliExpress, knocking around on eBay, building your own PC and converting it alongside a lot of motherboards, as we saw in our Build Your Own NAS versus NAS branded solutions out there, a video we did about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. This kind of solution is actually quite attainable, and it comes down to you buying a pre-built turnkey solution. And this seems to be a turnkey solution with open source software. Not, you know, we've seen that before. So I have mixed feelings about it, and this video, along with Eddie's mixed feelings as well, is something we're going to delve into. But what we're going to do is hop over to the laptop. We're going to research everything we know about the Storaxa right now, everything on their page up to date right now. I believe it's the, the 6th of February. We're going to go through the pages, you know, the status quo as it is, the good and the bad, the pros and cons about that campaign there, and then we're going to switch over to a Zoom call with Eddie, where we're going to exchange our thoughts and feelings on this. So let's crack on with the screen here and have a little look at everything we know so far about this particular NAS Kickstarter. Okay, so here it is, the Storaxa. Now, before we get out of the way, let's talk about those specs. This is the thing that a lot of you have been drawn in by quite a lot. It is, I'm going by my notes here, it's got 5 SATA bays there. So again, you're talking 2022 TB, your 4 M2 NVMe slots. It's got Wi-Fi 6, it's got 4 2.5 GBE ports, it's got an SD card reader, it's got 4 USB 3.2 Gen 2 ports. That's 10 gigabits per second external connectivity. It's open source with the device arriving with OpenWRT RT for the kind of router side of things, that wireless capability, and at the same time you've got TrueNAS there for the NAS side for your storage management and more. So straight away, that is again quite a banging amount of hardware. But hardware and software support. But the first thing that really sets the alarm bells off is this. It's the idea that the pledge goal was originally $4,000, 4,100 there on that pledge goal. And if you look at the individual rewards, there's some of the early ones have already gone, but even some of their initial ones, if we scroll down to the bottom, where we can see the some of the ones that are available early doors, some of the ones that have already gone. In fact, the early bird one, again, was 45% off at $219, originally $399. Think about all of that hardware I just described to you. I haven't even got into the subject of the processor there, which on the original plans, keyword original there, was an Intel processor there, a 6000 series processor. Now, fair play to them, there is detailed layouts there of all of the hardware and components, but you know, a lot of the information I'm going to talk about today, most of it is my own input there, but I'd be denying it if I said there wasn't already a significant body of information on the likes of Reddit, where lots of people are debating this back and forth. Too good to be true, clearly being the key point here, and probably one of the best ones. Again, I'll link to this below. This is Soren Abraham here, too good to be true. His post here, followed by the respective reply of ONDONO, goes into a lot of those red flags. So again, most of these you will pick up yourself in the first few minutes of looking at this, but there are some extra ones there to do with, you know, the hardware design and also hardware costing due to, you know, the shortages at the moment. Indeed, the motherboard that is linked to on there with that very same CPU, that cost, even if you go to AliExpress now, this is a motherboard that's got those sodium slots there, it's got those network ports there, it's kind of not dissimilar to what we're seeing here. It's got those USB ports, and when you look at the customization of it and you look at that layout, there's, you know, a degree of similarity there. Again, we're going to try to remain as impartial as possible. We're not just going to dogpile here. But there is that immediate question that will occur to you is, how on earth is this amount of hardware going to be supplied en masse? And particularly when you saw that this pledge goal of 4,100, which is an incredibly low goal there. That's the goal they have to hit for this device to get automatic not automatic completion, but at the end for them, after the amount of days that are issued to a Kickstarter campaign there, when that is concluded, as long as the campaign isn't cancelled in advance or taken down, you know, depending on the layering of the goals and the share there, they can keep that money. So it's a very low number, which when you scroll down to a lot of the hardware and the architecture, and they talk about a lot of the people involved, this is not like a one-person campaign. They've already detailed a number of the people that are part of this team on this campaign, you know, from the designers to the kind of software tweaking there on the background and even the logistics. There's still quite a lot there in the background. There's something that's not adding up there on that system. Now, I mentioned the hardware because, again, they do go into a relative amount of detail about that hardware there. You talk about, you know, kind of the Wi-Fi adapters and stuff like that that's going to be on it, not just the network adapters as well. On top of that, that CPU, the N6000, which, you know, straight off the bat, it does have just about the right lane capacity for this layout, as you saw from that pre-built mobile on AliExpress there, but at the same time, it's how much that architecture is going to be stretched. For example, I'm not seeing immediately here what is the lanes afforded to those NVMe slots, because you've got the NVMe's and you've got 4 of them running off in it, that Intel N6000 CPU. I don't see those lanes being 3x4. They are probably going to be 3.1, maybe 3.2 at a push, but I really don't see that with that amount of storage connectivity there. Also, it's worth highlighting, you may have noticed when I was scrolling by, that not only have we started seeing the initial tiers and the pledges go, but they've now started rolling out alternatives. So, for example, when they're seeing these benchmarks getting added on here, we can see at the different back levels that other things are planned. And they've already started rolling out these alternative architecture models here, which, again, bells are going off because, one, we've still not seen the original unit reach production yet. We've seen a few kind of demo units, and I'll look at those videos later on. You've got to be careful showing videos on YouTube, of course, because sometimes it can, you know, down the line, if you show a video within YouTube, it can raise a copyright claim by any company out there, so I'm going to have to be a bit careful on that one. But it's the idea that we're already seeing alternative builds here being rolled out. Now, one, people are going to ask that. Some people will ask about external 10 GPU. They'll be asking about perhaps a more powerful CPU there. And there are AMD options being discussed on there. But it's the idea of all these little extra bolt-ons being rolled out right now before we've seen that original pitch arguably reach full reveal there on screen. Now the timeline there is detailed through, and as you can see, fulfillment to be completed by May-June 2023. It's February right now. That is not very far away. I'd like to see a lot more footage at Factory 11. I appreciate that they're going to need the backing money here to sink into production, which is totally fair. This is crowdsourcing, you know. They've made it abundantly clear by going into crowdsourcing they do not have that finance to start with. That's the whole point. I get that. But I would have liked to have seen a little bit more than images of true NAS here and OpenWRT, things that are freely available online. And when we do go down to like the CAD images there, again, people can just get CAD. And the build of a chassis, you can build a chassis. But it's little things like the video here. This top video is just drives being slid into an external casing. That's not groundbreaking to me. When I see the performance measurements, and again, I'm not going to play these videos, but you can check them out on the link to this Kickstarter. I don't like, it's really silly, and maybe I'm being overly paranoid. I don't like that I can't see that cable connected there. And if you are watching this, chaps at Storaxa, I'm trying to remain as, you know, with an open mind as much as possible. So if you could update those videos, showing me a little bit more connectivity, perhaps the OS on that system, registering that device popping up with physical on screen. If you're going to go off camera, show me really off camera connectivity there. And just ultimately going through it, I just keep coming back time and time again to this is a very ambitious project that I think has been lowballed. And I think when you look at the cost of each of the tiers there for the pledges, those numbers just seem slightly unrealistic compared to what they are trying to deliver here. You know, yes, one might argue they aren't, you know, they aren't Synology, QNAP, Aoostar. Hell, they're not even Anker and other brands out there that have been pursuing network attached storage all this time. Amber, I should say. But at the same time, if they know enough about these storage systems that they're going open source, you know, now we're talking about hardware availability and production. And right now, with hardware shortages being as abundant as they are, and to their credit, they do discuss this in the comments when this has been raised by potential and current backers. I would still highlight that this level of production, without any kind of firm commitments or at least provisional agreements in place, when you know you've got that much backing happening in 4 to 5 days, it just, alarm bells are going off for me there. So again, I have reached out to Storaxa themselves already. That was 2 or 3, was that Friday evening? So that was now 2.5 days ago, and I'm still waiting to get a response from them about maybe a discussion with them directly. I'm still waiting for a reply, but that was the weekend, so we're not going to go into them too much on that one. But just go through the comments then. You do see the odd message of discontent about how they're going to fulfill orders like this. Now, that is a lot of comments, 1,686, and at the same time, fair play to them, they've been responded. But anyone that's ever watched Slope's Game Room Kick Scammer will know that generally you find that communication is tippity-toppity, you know, during this stage of any Kickstarter there. So, again, just because people are replying a great deal doesn't necessarily immediately mean that that is always going to be wholly positive. Let's, again, if you don't have to back this now. Yes, it may roll out and it might cost you $200 more, but better it's going to cost you $200 than you lose $200 to $300 to $400 to $500 on an unknown. But for now, what we're going to do is head over to Zoom. We've got Eddie on the Zoom, and we're going to start going through what he thinks of this and what we think are kind of, if not the red lights, then maybe even the green lights for some users there. Let's head over to the Zoom and start the discussion. Okay, and here we are with Eddie. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about the Storaxa, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I mean, for you, what are your first instincts about this Kickstarter, Eddie?
When I first saw the title, I was thinking, oh, wow, that's a quite a clickbaity subject, and then I clicked because the title said over 100 terabytes home cloud storage with remote access, which is quite promising because this is what people have been looking for a long time. Turnkey solution. So this looks like a small NAS that you could put into your desktop and just plug and play, and everything will be sorted. And this is what they are trying to sell on their page, on their intro, on their elevator speech, where they say that this 3-step solution, you just plug it in, put the drives in, and create your username and connect to the world. And when you scroll down and dig deeper, then you realize that this is not a turnkey solution. All it is, they're selling a box with the open source OS, which is
I believe it's
Scale,
it's Scale
TrueNAS,
and
then
OpenWRT for the router
WRT.
side, yeah.
Yes. And then you realize that if you have set these things up yourself, this is not 1, 2, 3 step. Even if this OS is pre-installed, you still need to do things like creating volumes, RAID. And if you make a title home user made for home, nobody knows what is RAID, what is volume, how to set these things up, and also remote access. That means punching holes in your firewall, accessing outside your home. So there are security risks included, and you can't sell a solution like that for home. I can understand this is something for business, for someone who wants to reduce the costs of their storage devices. So this could be an option, but you need to have IT knowledge to a good degree to set this thing up and make it secure. So this is not a solution for home user, definitely not.
I think, again, I should mention prior to this call, I sort of done some screen recording there, sort of showing the page off. I think there's 5 days left on the Kickstarter itself before it closes, and then from there they then receive those funds, which they can then use towards its investment. I should highlight, we're not just dogpiling on this solution, but we're trying to explain why we would not personally invest on this based on what we're seeing, and moreover, why there are those inherent red flags. I mean, Eddie was talking about that there, this whole idea of a turnkey solution, and lots of users are looking at Synology and QNAP and all of that and going, it's incredibly expensive for the hardware, I could build it myself. This isn't a solution for those people who can build it themselves, because the people that can build it themselves, you know, let's bring it up on the share screen there. Let's bring it up there, where because we've been looking into it a little bit more, and Ed kind of raised something else as well with me about the company itself behind it. And according to the Kickstarter there, the company is their technology company, ArrowTrack, based in, again, I'm not going to pronounce that because I will get it wrong, but the more you look up about this company, the less convincing it seems that they exist. Let's get rid of that share bar at the top. Even when you Google the company themselves, you're just getting more articles about their Kickstarter. It's not actually the company. Indeed, the only company listing I found wasn't even them. It was a company based in Canada. So that's not really convincing it for me. Another thing I didn't really talk about earlier on in the video is it seems to be trying very hard to push this whole idea, as you say, of a sense of ease. We're not going to watch the videos, as mentioned earlier on in the video, but it's pushing a convenience angle, which in some cases, I don't think it's possible to fill. Take, for example, this we're seeing here on screen. You're about to see it, and it mentions 2,000 PS5 video games at 50 gig per game for that storage level. You can't store PS5 games on a server. You just can't. They can only be stored inside the system. So why include that? They surely must know that. And to me, that's already another little ding-a-ling-ling bell there in the background. And with the installation there, the installation guide, as Eddie rightly points out there, it says pop in the SSDs. I mentioned earlier on, Eddie, I should highlight as well, that the architecture that the initial pitch was built on with the N6000 CPU. Yes, it's a PCIe Gen 3 CPU there, and it's got a decent little clock speed there. I think it goes up to 3.1 or 3.3 gigahertz. But for 4 M2 NVMe slots, they're going to be PCIe Gen 3 times 1 or 3 times 2 at best. I can't find that anywhere on this Kickstarter.
Yeah, they did confirm it. It's actually 800 megabytes per second.
Okay,
X1
I apologize.
Speed. So that's X1 speed. It's like less than 1,000 megabytes a second. So you're not going to even get full speeds of NVMe's. So be aware. But come back to that slide also about talking about design. There's 1, 2, 3. They say because I watched a video on this, they were asked what sort of challenges you had to go through already, and he said like, we had to uh, put all this hardware into this tiny box, well, and then we were having issues with heating, and he said like we resolved that problem by adding fans at the back, and I was thinking, like, wow, bravo, that's good that you added those fans. But the other thing is, I want to see some sort of uh, experiments, some sort of like a research how the airflow goes through your case. And if you scroll back up there,
Okay.
there is no airflow going through this NAS. Okay, it's metal based, which is good, so it can dissipate some sort of heat from the NAS. But when you think about airflow itself, there's only a tiny vent on the sides, that a bit higher up. The previous picture, when you see, that's the only vent you have there. So you need to think about where the air is going to be sucked in and where it's going to be blown out. So I presume those fans are outwards focused. So there's nowhere that the outgoing air sort of vents, as you see, they're bigger than the incoming. So there's no chance it's going to be venting properly. Another thing is, just because it's made out of metal, it means that hard drive is put in there, especially high capacity hard drive, is going to generate massive noise. And this NAS is designed to be placed on your desktop next to your monitor, and the noise is going to be generated. It's going to be crazy. And also the heat dissipation from NVMe's is placed on the top. There is no cooler, nothing like that. All it does is it closes up with a metal squarey cover. They say that's going to dissipate this heat, but it won't.
I saw some areas of heat dissipating panel on there, and again, the layout of the mobile I mentioned earlier on is not dissimilar to one that we've already seen there listed on AliExpress. But you're right, there just seems to be little tiny gaps. Now, we have to at least, give them the benefit of the doubt that this is a campaign to sell a product. So there's a limit to how technical things can go. And again, when you go into the comment section, which I will in a moment, there are a lot of questions being answered by them where they are being asked directly a lot of the questions that we've said, and they are either providing answers or researching the answers within their individual team, which is great. But just because they're answering these questions now, it's not the same as when the money lands in the bank. And I think a lot of people might look at this and go, it's $200-300. I'm prepared to take that risk. I might be able to get that money back. But, once 1,000 people do that, that is a lot of wonga with a lot of incentive. But for this scale, this number of backers, with no proven history of output and production, that to me is probably the loudest alarm bell here. It is a relatively small team providing a solution that technically is greater than nearly all of the other SMB4 5 bays that we've ever talked about here on the channel. It doesn't mean it's not possible. It just means that it's very difficult to mass produce something like this with no back-end experience to point at. And I wish there was a louder, more so than anything, a louder presentation of their experience, because it is referred to in those questions as mentioned earlier on, but it's not, for me, it's not front and center, which is problematic for me. And I mentioned to this earlier on as well, and I can't really play these videos because you never know down the line if we're going to get flagged. But when you look at the performance benchmarks, we've got the screen here, we've got the device, but I don't like it. I can't see how these are connected. It's an incredibly silly, small complaint, but I don't like that in these presentation videos, I can't see it connected. And it's a little tiny thing there. And when we go down to obviously they've had to do a projected budget report there, and it just seems these numbers don't iron out as far as I'm concerned when you look at larger scale. Yes, it's a custom build. Yes, technically they're not having to reinvent the wheel when it comes to software. They don't need to build their own OS because they're provisioning other OSs. Again, it sounds like it arrived with TrueNAS Core on board. Again, 16 gig minimum if you want those services, and you presumably can upgrade away from that. But to my understanding, the official partner of TrueNAS has always been IX Systems. And I'm not seeing TrueNAS talk particularly loud about this, And if there was, kind of agreed partnership, yes, it's open source, but it's still their IP, so to speak. I'm not hearing a great deal from them on this. I'm just going to quit from this share screen there. which I think for me is probably the biggest tell for me. There seems to be a lot of gaps that are just papered over with stuff, you know?
Yeah,
Stuff.
exactly. They're just a bunch of guys trying to create something new, but I still don't understand what are they actually selling, because it's not software. They are not creating their own software. By look of it, they're not even creating their own hardware. They're just putting everything into their case. So by looks of it, they're just creating a new case. Because motherboards I can find on AliExpress. There's nothing that I don't think so. There will be manufacturers creating dedicated motherboard for them.
I want to drill down a little bit onto that issue of price, though, Ed, because right now, looking at that, you mentioned earlier on about, they could just market a case on its own. With this, they could have just sold that case, because the case is probably one of the most unique things about this, indeed the only unique thing about it that I'm seeing, but they seem to be promoting an entire system, an entire platform full of gaps there for me. I mean, what's your perspective when it comes to the pricing here?
Because they were actually breaking down the costs, and it comes very close to this $200 mark, 150, 170. So the profit they make is not enough to cover things like warranties, support, because they'll need to consider support, all the logistics. When there's something broken, they'll need to be sent back, and RMAs issue and things like that. And the shipping things forwards and backwards to China as well is just infeasible. They're saying they include the VAT already, but it's not just VAT, it's also import fees. When you send it to America, UK, or anywhere else, you still need to add another 20, 30, maybe sometimes even 40%
Region
on
dependent,
import
yeah.
fees. So the profit margin they make is so tiny that they will realize themselves that they can't fulfill this project. So they'll just call it a day, and they say like, okay, we paid ourselves 100, 200,000 a year salary by doing this, trying to make this work, and it didn't work. So it will not look like they stole the money, but they'll just use that money in ways that it just proves that it didn't work, and they call it a day, and they'll just keep it and run away. It can't work. This is
I mean,
impossible.
again, I'm trying to keep an open mind about it. I really am. But it's just, as you say, the price point there is what I find very, very difficult to swallow. Again, I'm, in an ideal world, everyone that's backed it, a year from now, a video will come out, because their prospected rollout date is this summer, which seems, frighteningly optimistic based on what we're seeing there. And, hopefully I'll be proven wrong. We'll end up buying one and doing a review on the channel. I'll have to eat some serious humble pie. But, my spider senses are tingling on this one. I'm not feeling it. I mean, again, something we sort of talked about when the first few people messaged us about this device was TerraMaster, of course. And with TerraMaster, one of the brands we cover, and they've always been kind of the value hardware tier. And a lot of people, when they buy a TerraMaster NAS, and it's got their own OS on board, TOS, DOS5 or whatever, it's not going to beat down DSM any day now. But when you buy one of those solutions, you do get the distinction that 70, 80% of that is the hardware you're paying for there. And they're a China-based company. A lot of the RMAs, they've got some UK distributed stock there. But they are probably the lowest price NAS I've seen in the market that include an OS. And yes, this Kickstarter here isn't strictly including an OS. So that's a lot of that development out the way. But still, those price points we're seeing for this, I think, again, 269, 369 there. I know the first tier is gone. We just keep coming back to that unrealistic price point. But I think, again, we're at risk now of just hammering continuous nails into coffins. Nice and simple. What's your last word on it, Ed?
Yes, this sounds like an exciting sort of project, but I would recommend getting something like TerraMaster or maybe Aoostar. TerraMaster is on the cheap end, as we mentioned, and you can install your true NAS on it, and you can just run your open source software that way, and you'll have your warranty and support in your local country. It's much easier. And also, if you do use the other OS, which is actually custom built for that NAS, like TerraMaster, TOS5, you'll get few additional things like drive mixing, different capacity drive mixing, and Dropbox alternatives and other things. The functionality you get with the NAS is much better than this, which is not even confirmed it's going to go ahead and not going to collapse somewhere halfway through development.
I mean, we've covered a few on Data News of the Week, a few different Raspberry Pi based NAS systems there. And again, just like you mentioned earlier on, it's always come down to the case more than the device. That always seems to be quite strange that a lot of these products are kind of trading on the strength of their case. But do you know what? Let's conclude. I'm going to head back into the studio now and summarize everything we talked about today, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Thanks for the Zoom call, man. Let's get back to that studio. So what do we think? Well, frankly, I'm not wholly convinced at this time. I think this is clearly a solution that's either one of two things, in the best and worst case scenarios. In the best case scenario, it is a solution that is being sold either at a loss or at least being sold as a brand building exercise. I think Storaxa probably has designs on being a lot bigger than they are, and arguably they're going at it way too quick, at least in my opinion, to become a bigger brand, utilising this as a kind of PR exercise, if you will, to build up that portfolio. On the latter side, worst case scenario, I don't think they're going to be able to provide the solutions they can in the scale that it seems to be based on this campaign. It just seems too early a modest campaign to be exploded outwards too quickly, and to have provided that many different alternative plans for follow-up and second gen, if you will, architecture and specs of this device. We've still not even seen, you know, an out there real life version of the first prototype there. Yes, there's those videos there, but there's a few little gaps there, cables not showing on screen, that sort of stuff. For me to think that this is a project that is at best very optimistic and idealistic, and at worst definitely worth sitting on a fence on and actually seeing the first generation land. If you have already invested in this project, everyone, you make your own choices in life, and hopefully everything I've said can be proven wrong. But for me, there's not enough here to make me think I want to back this project. I think such a solution can be built for this money. Whether it can be built on that scale with profit, distribution, support, warranty and more, all of that factored in together in the way this campaign seemingly wants to promote, that is a different story entirely. Return to the subject of the Storaxa, the crowd-funded Kickstarter NAS that we talked about here on the channel a few days ago. Now, I'll be straight with you. I didn't think I'd be talking about this NAS again for another 6 to 7 months. Maybe on a Data News of the Week video, but that's really it. But so much has happened in the last few days that here we are back in the studio and I want to talk about it. But it's worth highlighting, today's video is going to cover a lot. And along the bottom of the screen, maybe I've done the pointing in the wrong direction, there should be chapters there to different things. So there's a lot to digest in this video, but go ahead and skip to where you think it's appropriate to you now, or just generally I would recommend watching the whole thing for a grander scope. But straight away off the bat, why did that video get made? Well, first and foremost, again, as mentioned in the comments since then, that was a video based on responses that I'd received from numerous members of the subscriber base, the followers of the platform, and on the social media channels. And ultimately, it was a lot of people asking for what I thought of the project, would I back that project, and there were people that were backing the project that were starting to get cold feet. I looked into it, and even prior to that, I'd already been made aware of it. Now, this video now is about me readdressing some of the things that were in that video that since that video I've either learned were incorrect or things that we're still waiting for confirmation on. Another thing I'm going to highlight in this video is some of the things that are barriers to either people that were considering backing or potential barriers for the future of that project. Now, some of them are going to be Storaxa's problem, and some of them are inherent to the crowdfunding Kickstarter model. This video is not about the people versus Kickstarter, but unfortunately these are still going to be inherent barriers in that model, because, let's face it, as good as crowdfunding can be for people to get precisely what they want, there has to be a balance between the creator and the audience, and unfortunately it's that blurred line which can lead to a lot of these walls and hurdles along the way. Let's remain as objective as we can be, and I say we, I mean me of course in this video, but hopefully you as well when you're watching a video like this. Let's talk about let's readdress some of the stuff from before, some of the points that were covered. So first and foremost, some of the things that I either got wrong or some of the things that I didn't dig deeply enough into. First and foremost, we are talking about a project that has well in excess of 2,000 comments at this point, and a lot of the issue when it comes down to researching videos is the information you kind of have to read from these resources. And in the case of one of the points that I made with regards to motherboards that you can purchase on third-party websites, again, such as AliExpress, I referenced that as a price point for a motherboard that potentially, or at least at that time, potentially I thought, could be used in a system like this. And of course, it was highlighted to me that there were cheaper options out there. And yes, of course, there's bulk buying potential there and buying direct from point of distribution. There are savings to be made. I still stand by that point about the margins within a project like this, and I think those margins are what a lot of people are really bringing focus on. But of course, there are ways and means to get hardware produced en masse to get that a cheaper price point there. Another thing I highlighted in that video was that in a lot of the project videos, I didn't like that I couldn't see direct connection between the unit and the kind of device, the client device that was interacting with it. Apparently, videos have been produced since then that show direct interface on their backers area, something I do want to talk about later on, inherently problematic in the Kickstarter model, but according to the comments there, that has been addressed there in that section. Another thing I want to talk about there is to do with a PS5 stat that was detailing a lot of, you can store this many PS5 games on there, and in my video I did highlight that you can't play games off a remote access storage like a NAS for PS. You can't play PS5 games off a remote access storage. Since then, several users have highlighted to me that there is a technique to do that using a bridging mechanic in between, but again, then you will be talking about a 1 gigabit tunnel there. You'd also be talking about PS5 games would never run like that, and also whether you were using PS4 games in a methodology like that, they would run, you know, over a 1 GPU when they would be running local on a SATA connection, or they would be running SSDs on a local connection. Either way, I think it's a little disingenuous to state that fact on that video in the way that they did, because I don't think you could realistically store and utilize that data in that way. But I have to at least put my hand up to say that there is a technique with which one could at the very least connect with a storage area via your console on a network attached storage system there. Now, moving slightly forward from that, I think it's worth talking about potential barriers there, because one of the biggest barriers, I think, for outsiders, and one of the reasons I think a lot of people were contacting, you know, NAS Compares about this project is the difference that this project has to view from a backer and a non-backer's point of view. Again, this is more about a crowdfunding the build of crowdfunding, but unfortunately this is something that is not translated as well as it could have in terms of communication. So let's dig into those hurdles there. The first and foremost is the way communication has been relayed. Kickstarter has very rigid rules on the way information can either be edited down the line or added to an existing campaign. It makes a great deal of sense. It's if you were able to change the past, so to speak, you could pretend you've either said things when you haven't, or you haven't said things when you did. Now, when it comes to this Kickstarter, just like any other Kickstarter, the bulk of the ready information for non-backers comes from that comment thread. Once again, in excess of 2,000 comments, with some of those comments needing to be branched out and only a certain number of comments loaded on a page at a time. The point I'm trying to make here is, imagine trying to find out whether you should invest in a company when all you could find and get for real-time information other than a Facebook page was one comment thread. That is what we're talking here. So the result is, I can see why communication and definitely kind of apprehension for users looking at a campaign like this is where it is, when if you're outside of the bubble looking at the Kickstarter methodology in that comment section there, Some of the comments seem perhaps contradictory to ones earlier in the thread. Sometimes even doing a simple search is just not sufficient. And although once again, this is not a Storaxa fault here, this is to do with the model and the way Kickstarter has had to create a rigid line of balance between creators and backers, it still leads to a comment section where it makes it tremendously hard to follow the nature of the project. Which leads to the second barrier, which again I think the creators of any Kickstarter project can work around, and that is that probably the most core important information that people want to see. A lot of it is behind a backer only area. Now once again, I get it. They want to make sure, as Kickstarter, not Storaxa, that the most important updates for those that have backed makes it to them. But some information being behind a backer-only wall creates barriers for people. Now, again, there are settings you can do for work around this. You can also share that information on other platforms and link to it. Yes, that takes time, and yes, we would rather creators spend a lot more time working on the product. But if you are looking to get people to invest in your product and you have vital information such as the updated video there with the cable connections to show people, putting it behind a backers only area so you can hold on to backers faith right now, but not putting it easily where other people can access it, at least at the time of recording, is something of a barrier for some users and can give people a slight sense of disquiet. And the fact this only arrived a few days before the end of the campaign, I think also added to some users' slight sense of apprehension about willing to go into this project. Another area of apprehension comes down to the nature of comments themselves. And again, I know this video isn't the people versus Kickstarter, but at the same time, it has to be said that like a lot of comment threads that reach that length, there is an unfortunate element, slight as it might be, of toxicity. And there's several examples in that thread of some people being slightly apprehensive to ask relatively reasonable questions and then being shouted down about it. And I think, yes, you know, if you can't stand the heat, stay out the kitchen. And, you know, investing in crowdfunding is arguably, you know, inherently risky. Again, recent research that I was making, Kickstarter there, 40% give or take of projects to date have succeeded. Or if you want to get glass half empty about it, that means 60% failed. Still, nonetheless, even if people are apprehensive and need to be arguably more aware of the risks before they go into these things, I think that still doesn't, you know, excuse elements of toxicity and possible slight echo chamber vibes amongst that comment section in part. Again, it's not Storaxa's job to dismantle that. This isn't their job to do that. But this only adds to why a lot of users may feel slightly apprehensive when they are shouted down. It creates a feeling of, am I talking to real people or not? And again, this isn't Storaxa. This is the Kickstarter methodology, and that comments thread being the way it is in one giant block. It breeds this, hence another reason why users may have been apprehensive. Next up, at the time of that previous video, there was a consistent and growing question regarding the company themselves, letting people know a little bit more about them, something I did raise in that video. Now, by that, obviously, as raised several times in the comments themselves, a lot of users are like, I don't really want to know the name of the dog of the person that's making my product. I just want the product to work. I get that. That makes a lot of sense. But at the same time, when you are dealing with investing in a project, yes, it's great to have fast replies. Yes, it's good that they've got good knowledge about the tech of the thing. And it's great when you see people genuinely passionate about what they're doing. But we are still talking about an investment for a lot of people, and to know about the connections with production, to know about the you know, what they're going to be doing about logistics and understanding the to and fro of RMAs and stuff like that. That is something that people want to know about. We don't want to know about, you know, where you live or your dog's name. What we want to know is your actual history within this industry, and moreover, a kind of commitment that you know what you're doing to produce these products. Now, this is something that is slowly rolling out in that comment section, but I would say it is not as crystal clear as a lot of users would like, and once again continues to add to that element of apprehension that people were feeling. Which kind of brings me to the crux of this video. One of the big takeaways that came for me in the last few days since that video is, Yes, I knew a handful of users had invested in this, supported this project financially, whatever you want to call it. But at the same time, I didn't realize just the scope of how many people had. And after that video, the number of people that got in contact about it really surprised me. So with that in mind, given the amount of interest in this project, and the amount of people that want to see how this rolls out, and indeed myself, as I said several times in that video, I want to see a product like this. I'm going to go ahead and back it. I'm not suggesting that anyone else should take my backing it as a suggestion that they should do likewise, or that in any way validate or support you're going for or not going for this project. The reason I'm going for it now is to keep you updated. I've backed this project now. It's happened right now at the time of recording. Let's see how that pans out. Why am I doing this? Nice and simple. In many cases, they are right. There needs to be this opening up in the industry. As mentioned in the previous video, right now we have got a market that has a lot of turnkey solutions, set up, easy, bang, good to go, combined hardware software solutions that need to be sold at a premium because of that software. And at the same time, we have a market of do-it-yourself DIY build your own PCs with access to a myriad of open source free software for people to use. There is a big gap in the market there in the middle for the people that are prepared to put their good device together to get you value for money and give you the option of that open source. This is very much a product like that, hence why I was genuinely interested in it and still am. So again, we are going to back this project. Don't let it be any validation for you doing it, but I'm going to update this once a month until the device arrives with us here, and from there we can review it firsthand to let you know whether it's worth your data. So there you go. I hope this addresses a number of the questions of the previous video, as well as hopefully gives you more perspective into everything that's going on with the whole Storaxa Kickstarter NAS. Will it happen? Won't it happen? Is it good? Is it bad? And ultimately, what does this mean for the NAS industry moving forward? Right now, I'll tell you, I really hope it arrives. And right now, I'm hoping that 6-7 months from now, we get to make a video where I address everything I've said here and gone, this NAS is changing an area of the industry, that the NAS brands are listening to something like this and taking note, realizing that a new kind of middle ground begins to emerge. And most of all, that this can be a solution that becomes the textbook, the cornerstone of NAS and servers being developed on Kickstarter that people can point at and go, there's a success story. On the other hand, maybe it won't be. Maybe this will be one of the other, that 60% there that doesn't make it. And if it is that case, maybe these videos will serve as a horrible reminder of their output. But the point still remains, I want to make these videos one way or the other. And I hope you join me on this journey as well, because it's going to be really interesting to see how this pans out. Hello and welcome back, and that's right, it is the March update regarding the Storaxa, that crowdfunded NAS here on Kickstarter that we talked about earlier this year. This was brought to our attention back at the end of 2022, early 2023, and if you haven't watched the other two parts in this series, do go to the links in the description. But a very quick summary, this is a crowdfunded NAS solution that is attempting to find its home in an expanding middle ground between turnkey solutions from Synology, QNAP and bigger brands and more that are hardware software combined solutions, which arguably arrive at a premium when you have to pay for the software as well, and an alternative to open source systems that use things like Unraid, TrueNAS and a whole bunch of open source alternatives out there, but you don't want to have to build it yourself or use an old PC which might be inefficient. This is trying to bring you a turnkey pre-built solution that is an open door to a multitude of different open source solutions, and do so at frankly an incredible price point. And as you may have heard in those other videos, we were kind of slightly dubious that this could even be possible at this price point here, but in this March update, we're going to talk a lot more about where the project's at right now, updates all the way through from Storaxa themselves, interactions with the community, and more that we know about this as it heads towards its hopeful summer 2023 release. So, right now it is the 2nd of March 2023. It's almost 10 AM here in the UK. I'll tell you right now, as far as updates go on this, fair play to Storaxa, they have continued. Normally, when you see a project going a bit shaky, it's post the end of the crowdfunding stage. You can see there they raised 1.9 mil. Again, let's give it the respect it deserves. $1,924,001 there at the end. I don't know who that was, but well done. And, you know, after this point where they're obviously now going to, you know, say to people, you know, we're going to respond to you as much as we can. We have to work on this project, though. Still, nonetheless, they have been very responsive to questions on there with regards to configuration setups, and the Pledge Manager has been made live as well. They have made the Pledge Manager. There was a bit of hiccups early doors with regards to the configuration of it. They did some preliminary sends to people out there to sort of bench test it, so it did sound, I didn't see that personally, but it did seem like they were working out some kinks there. But overall, with regards to the Pledge Manager, and we'll get onto that later on when I show you what it looks like and the options open to you and the price point, it is pretty much what you want in terms of configuring the device. But again, we are still talking about a system we still yet to see. But I would say right now, the way they've approached the presentation of it is pretty good, pretty good. So again, the comments have been thick and fast. They're well in excess of 3,000, or was it 3,800 at the time of writing. And for the majority of the time, people have had their questions answered. There is kind of like a dog pile effect there when there's lots of people responding very, very quickly. But I would say, with the exception of a few super backers that answer on their behalf, which is always, people aren't a huge fan of that, I would still say that the brand has still been very responsive to questions, so fair play to them for that. And indeed, the Reddit community has still been very, very good as well. Although it is only 216 members, I would say, given this project has around 5,000 backers, that's still a decent percentage there of communication. It's pretty much community only, but I would say if you take the time to look at some of these, it does seem pretty positive, and we will be talking a little bit more about the Changwang system later in the video, by the way, as well, if you're not already aware. But digging into those Reddit posts there's two that I really want to highlight, because these are ones that are either other information that has been pulled from that larger Storaxa conversation, because again, one of the issues with Kickstarter, we've said before, is it's just an enormous maelstrom of comments without a lack of filtering system there between subgroups that you would find in a normal forum like this. But firstly, and again, much like the Redditor, full credit to Andreas Brandes, or Brandes, I'm really sorry if I mispronounce your name, on the campaign, who took the time to break down the CPU options at the higher tier. So that's the Ryzen 7, the i5, breaking down what they're capable of. Now, again, you're not coming to an Intel CPU benchmark site here. Why is this worth highlighting here in the video? The reason being because the configuration options that have rolled out since the original premise, and when they've built on their original premise, I would say a lot of these different diagrams of them, you can see the layout of what's going on there. They've detailed the PCI lanes, which is great. I will highlight that the lane utilization on the top, obviously for heating reasons, one would assume they're going to be slightly different. You can see a lot of the generation there on the top being slightly different than what you might expect. But again, in terms of the scale of the device and laying out the chipset, and of course, maybe some of those SSDs getting a bit hot, that makes sense. I've still got the odd question mark about the CPU placement on this board, simply that yes, as you get into the more powerful CPUs, you're still within the same confines of that system, and yeah, you're near the spare slot there, but I would love to know how much noise the fans of this system are going to make at the highest end of this system. Because at the highest tier of this system, let's go maybe not the Ryzen, if we could look at the i7, if you go down to some of the i7 route there, you have the option of 10 GBE as well. So you can have a couple of 10Gs that are going to have their own onboard controller that's going to be managed there. And then on top of that, if you look at the i7 CPU and CPU fan, unlike a lot of NAS systems that reach this level, such as the QNAP, something we'll talk about later on, that have an onboard massive heatsink and a slightly separated CPU fan, I think this is a system that is not going to be especially quiet. Again, it's very early doors. Maybe they'll prove me utterly wrong, but it has to be said that that's quite a lot of heat in that small placement area there in a device that seemingly seems only fractionally larger in at least one dimension than the Drobo, like the device behind me there. But it's still good that they've laid out these plans. I like that. This is the sort of thing that for reasons I can understand it wasn't as officious and detailed as this early stages. It would have been nice to have seen this in this way early doors. But moving forward, moving away from those diagrams, let's talk about the Pledge Manager itself and how the prices are scaling now that this project has, gone over the end of the crowdfunding process and now into development, what these extra options are being priced at overall. Which brings us to that pledge manager there. So as you can see here on screen, this is the pledge manager. Again, we pledged to this project here so we could go through it and sort of go through the different variable options. Now I'm just going to move it slightly because I'm fairly certain OBS might be covering you with my face there while I'm talking. And as mentioned earlier on, so we had a vested interest in this project and we covered it every month. So we're all in it with you. We went ahead and backed it and we went for the default. We didn't go nuts. We just went straight into the default one because we didn't want to supersize. We're just going straight with the medium level because with this device, with that, you're going to get a base level of it. Now, I am still going to go through the additional price points for you. So again, this default model has got no extra storage media. You've got your ROS drive. As you can see, it's got the Wi-Fi 6 you can scale up. And each of these scaling options here incurs an additional price there. But even these additional prices, I would argue, are still, you know, the profit margin is going to be particularly small on some of these components, given some of the hardware shortages that are out there. And that's not me flat out saying I don't think they can deliver. I think they probably can deliver these components if they're prepared to pay for them. But again, all of this is going to bite down on that profit margin quite substantially. To put that into perspective, with my default model here at 274, and again, we're not going to upgrade beyond that point, even though you're looking at tremendous value here. That is not the point of these videos. If you move over to the full model, this is the model that would have all the bells and whistles, at least at the outset, for just an additional an additional $342. It would give you Wi-Fi 6E. You would go to a 2 TB OS drive, which again, if you can Proxmox this and run for multiple OSs, then you might want to scale up that storage. Same goes if you went to that i7 add-on 10G and you scale up that memory, because again, Proxmox multiple VMs running for both the network side and the NAS side, you're going to need that extra oomph of memory. So again, even at that price point, to the overall price point for that much hardware at $616. To put that into perspective, the QNAP TVS 874, which is an 8-bay storage system, has got two M2s inside a PCI Gen 4, so it's got two Gen 4 in there, and this is the i7. Even then, and yes, this system has PCIe upgrades, and yes, it has other things on it that are, and obviously that's with the OS included. This 8-bay system with PCIe upgrades, with the same CPU pretty much, and 32 gig of memory is $3,165. Yes, we're talking pounds versus dollars. Ignore that. Just, take the point. But it's still nonetheless, that is quite a fantastic saving there overall. So again, if you have gone for that backing there and you've scaled up to that, this video is not, I repeat, not me endorsing that you should spend that extra money, because again, remember what I said about, me having slight question marks about heating and more. Still nonetheless, it's really tough to see at that price point hitting that. And again, I'm sure they've backed it up there. It is still 3,000 comments, but again, that is such a lot of money there you're looking at there. Sorry, it is pounds there, £3,000 there versus quite a substantially and incredible affordable $616 there. So nonetheless, fair play to them. If they can deliver on that, that is substantial. I'm intrigued by that profit margin there. Now, of course, in the Pledge Manager, they have upselled there other areas that you can go into there. So say you wanted to go for the better CPU, Wi-Fi 6E and the rest of it, then you can talk about your storage. So adding another device. So they're saying the hull of this device as an add-on, you can get an extra one for $199. Obviously that's bare bones. But then there's the adding the extra drives, and the extra drive scale all the way up to the 20 TBs. Again, allocation and ability to get this kind of storage, I'd be curious about. Remember, that's per drive. And another thing I was happy about was the fact that with the SSDs, they did make sure to include the PCIe Gen 4s, and there is lots of comments and addressing about that in the comments about Gen 4 SSDs in the Gen 4 system, because you'd want to know that your Gen 4 slot is going to have the Gen 4 SSD inside, otherwise, accidental bottleneck there. But again, if you scale all this up, it does go quite substantially to fully populate the system. But even then, we're not going to include internal stuff there, because these are optional extras, and I'm not convinced everyone's going to go down that road. Many of you will, particularly given the price point and the savings that are there. But at this point, that is a lot of money that's going into a Kickstarter. But still, nonetheless, the big takeaway for me when looking at the pledge manager there, and I will be following that through after this, I just didn't want to do it here on camera, obviously. The savings there are astronomical. So if they can deliver this product in the way they can to satisfaction, it once again has the potential to really change things in terms of that middle tier between turnkey and full open source, broadening up quite substantially. Which brings us into the last portion of this video, right now, that middle tier overall. Which brings us hurtling back to something we talked about in the previous video on the home server subreddit Reddit there, I should say. And this was to do with the Changwang enclosure, the T6. Now, originally, this was when people were first talking about Storaxa. They were talking about not only the Storaxa system, but they were talking about alternatives for it, and they were postulating what was the MOBO that they were looking at here that they were going to build the foundations of their system on. And lots of people were talking about this. This MOBO here, multiple 2.5G ports, onboard Celeron or early Pentium CPU. And they were sort of talking about it there, that this is probably the one they're going to go for, which then gave way to the completed T6 system there. Now, the T6 here, again, this is not unlike what we've talked about up to this point on the Kickstarter. This is a pre-built turnkey solution that is ready to go with an OS drive optional inside that allows you to run all those apps and services. It doesn't have the Wi-Fi component, doesn't have the antenna or the Wi-Fi 6 and stuff like that. And they were kind of, this system bubbled to the surface quite significantly there, and eventually is now not purchasable here on this site, but moved over to AliExpress. AliExpress there listed the device, not a huge number of quantities, and again, configuration options available, detailing through all of the OS options there. It's a 6-bay, going through lots of, and we talked about this already before. Again, this was kind of the, rather than Kickstarter, but buy off the shelf alternative to that, where it would cost a little bit more with the Kickstarter project here, the Storaxa, even getting cheaper than this, but still nonetheless this appealing to a lot of users in that middle demographic that, again, turnkey hardware, software, not, locked system there, kind of your console gaming alternative, not a fan of, and the DIY open source alternative, think of that as your PC gamer, a lot of hassle. So the kind of popularity of this in the middle, particularly for the home lab community, made a lot of sense. So, while we're still covering all the Storaxa stuff once a month, and we continue to talk about open source here on the channel, more on a couple of lovely collaboration videos later this month, by the way, we went ahead and ordered one. We just thought, do you know what? We should see what this is about. So here on the channel, we just went ahead and just ordered it. Again, not exactly breaking the bank at 397 nicker, but we've got this device coming to us here. So as we go towards the April update on the Storaxa, the hope is that we'll have this here to run some similar tests. So not only if and when the Storaxa project is completed and everyone gets their hardware, us included, that we're going to be doing our reviews and testing of the device and ultimately seeing if this is really going to change the industry in which the ways that we hope. While that's going on, we're going to hopefully have this system here on the channel that will allow us to get some comparative data there to see what else is out there and expand within this middle ground here. But of course, we're still waiting on it to ship because it's an AliExpress product and it may take a million years, it may take a week. There really is just no way to know. Hello and welcome back, and that's right, once again we've got Tom from Lawrence Systems, and this time we've got our April Storaxa update. You guys know about this. One of the great things about this video today is going to be that Tom is looking at this with relatively fresh eyes, so it's going to be great to get his opinion on this, given his wealth of knowledge on the subject. Again, I could introduce him, Tom from Lawrence Systems, but one, you get to hear him say that phrase again.
Yes, Tom here from Lawrence Systems, as I say in my YouTube channel. I'm an IT professional, been in the business a while, and you intrigued me with this because we started recording some stuff, and I know when you showed me the thumbnail, I seen the thumbnail of it before, but I never clicked it because people tagged me in, I think, Twitter, and were like, hey, Tom, what do you think of this? I'm like, I don't know, I'll look at it later. Well, I never did.
Today's later.
Today's later.
So what we're going to do is just going to go through, there's going to be a little bit of the story so far, and basically we're going to go through little bits and bobs, and I just want to get your input predominantly more than anything. And again, I should add, once again, Tom has looking at this with pretty much fresh eyes for the bulk of this, so this is going to be initial reactions here. So we'll go for the share screen. So we've got a bunch of tabs to talk about here. So here is the Storaxa. I'm assuming this is the device you've seen. The one that looks not unlike, again, a robot that's been given a punch up at the pub. And so, long story short, it is an open source device. There's quite a multitude of different processors and stuff available to it. Some of the original coverage of this was because it was originally brought to my attention that they were producing a solution with 2.5 GBE. It was going to arrive with true NAS on board, and the whole thing was going to be rocking in at $239, and that was based on a quad-core Celeron, I think 8 gig of memory, but we will go through that later on. And it's raised $1.9 million. It's got just shy of 6,000 backers there. It's a 5-bay hard drive system, and it's got 4 M2 NVMe slots there on the top. I think they might be, depending on the architecture you go for, limited to 3x1, but they might have opened that up because of heat dissipation and stuff. So this really started as a series because when it was brought to my attention, there was just, originally I sort of spoke with them, I sent them an email, just began, this thing looks really, really cool. It'd be great to talk about this on the channel. And then shortly afterwards, sort of digging more into it and just had that lingering question in my head, is this too good to be true? And of course, you do some Googling and lots of people online in your Reddit forums and even in the questions and comments themselves. With a lot of the updates on this project being behind backer-only walls. Part of that to do with Kickstarter's own architecture, but also the idea that you would have to cycle through, at the time, I believe it was 2,000 to 3,000 comments. You couldn't.
Is it 5,000 now?
It's 5,000 now, and the main updates are in the update area, and that's where you can find out the main information. But you can't see this information unless you back. So it's a catch-22, if you know what I mean. And they did, know, they do have a YouTube channel and there are videos on there, but they are unlisted. You can access them if you are a backer. So eventually, after the back and forth, they're making an original video about it. Me and Eddie were like, hell, let's talk about accountability. We're just going to back this for the sake of the subs and update it every single month until it arrives, which is pretty much what this series is. So what we're going to do is, I know, hell of an intro, this, isn't it? Hopefully the timestamp at the bottom has helped. It would be great to get some of your initial thoughts. So before we go any further, based on the very light information I've given you thus far, what are you thinking?
My first question is why Wi-Fi on it, but I imagine if you're targeting home users, it might make sense. But it says router. Does it actually have a router in it, or does it just have Wi-Fi as an option?
I think it is going to kind of be like a Proxmox 2 thing, so open WRT, that sort of thing, and having basically a combo solution there in between. Again, you're coming out this brand new, so again we'll go through hopefully some of the information will appear on screen as we go, but stuff like it's got the LAN ports there, which presumably how those are divided up between the NAS element and the router element there, or just the router being just the wireless connectivity there with that separate kind of dual OS running inside there. A lot of that, as I say, we could take the time and make this video going through all 5,000 of those, but that would be fun. But what I want to focus on predominantly is, at the moment, it does look like they are fulfilling what they are doing. One of the earliest questions we had was, how are they getting this done for the money? And their timeline at the moment, they're sitting here where they've rolled out some new SKUs. So originally the first kind of pitch had an Intel-based processor in there, but they were keen to highlight that they were going to roll out other configurations with 10 GBE on board and more aggressive processors in the Intel Core and AMD stakes. And indeed, when we got to the Pledge Manager stage, we can see, like, this is my Pledge reward here. We can see this on screen. It's all lovely and live. And I'm just going for the default model there because we just want to see, for accountability's sake, and whether this will be something to prove for the future for other Kickstarters that may rise after this in this middle ground between turnkey and DIY. But some of the options you could go for, so say we wanted to really scale this up, we want to slam on some Wi-Fi 6E. We're going to go for a big old 2 TB boot drive. We're going to scale that up to an i7 perhaps. We're going to add ourselves a couple of 10Gs and 2.5G, and we're going to give ourselves 32 gig of memory. So that comes to a total of $616. That seems insane, right?
I would buy it. I mean, if it was real. I'm a skeptic because I was surprised you can change the CPU on it. I was expecting it to be there was a board we kind of mentioned earlier, I think by Topton, where it's a ITX board, but the CPU is built in, like it's all integrated. These are some of the Topton systems. There's another
Trying
like
to find the board,
ITX motherboard for some of these. Probably it's what's used in some of those. The fact that they have changeable CPU seems odd. I mean, you feel like at that price point, you usually find boxes that are going to be fully integrated with everything on the motherboard, whole tie-in. That's how they get the cheaper, not a socketed chip where we can swap it out and choose which model. So that makes me very skeptical that they're able to pull that off because I haven't seen it done. Not saying it's impossible. I just, in the current landscape, haven't seen it, and it would certainly be popular. I would buy one if they had it.
because that's really the base of it. It's more, for me, early doors, it was mainly to do with the cost, but then shortly afterwards we saw a lot of schematics start rolling out for the device. And again, I know you're coming at this just fresh, so hopefully this will answer some
so
of
they
those
do have an
questions.
embedded schematics on here. So they are. Okay, so it isn't embedded. Okay.
So a lot of those, so you can see a lot of the ways they've gone around it. They've even detailed a lot of the lanes architecture as well, which I found quite comforting there, that they at least factored that in, and whether there were going to be restrictions on there about how some of them and where they were going in. This is from the Reddit. I believe one of the users got these from the original backer updates there and published them on there. Once again, some of this information was available in those comments if you had the time to go through them there. And if we were going through some of the design there was early questions that people had, myself included, about the system being displayed without the cable being connected, and showing that it worked. They did address that with videos updating it, showing the direct connection, which was good. But again, these are updates behind that locked thing that we can't see there. And obviously the pledge has ended. You can't get one now if you wanted to anyway, so there is the argument that making them available would be redundant at this stage anyway. But I feel like they have shown that it's possible, and obviously I know you're coming at this with fresh eyes, but it's mainly that cost barrier for me. I know they've detailed that obviously these are going to be bought en masse, but when we're talking about thousands and thousands of backers and that kind of money, that's a lot of hardware procurement for a device with a timeline of hopefully shipping first half of June 2023, when the actual, the Kickstarter ended at the end of January. That's not a lot of time, is it?
No, and if you look at some other things in the market space, something a little bit bigger, like a TrueNAS Mini, and people complain about the price on there. But if you look, we know that TrueNAS has a partnership with Supermicro. They built them essentially a board you can acquire with some custom firmware from the folks at TrueNAS to line up the bays, so you get the nice little displays inside of TrueNAS to line up with where all the drives are. But when you look at that motherboard, and people are like, oh, that motherboard was released a few years ago, it's running an 8-core Atom. And I'm like, yeah, but that motherboard, one, is still relevant. Two, it's expensive. Like, in Supermicro is a mass producer of boards. There's similar boards from companies like Aoostar, same thing. That board cost is in the $300 to $400 range, and this is in $600 with a case and everything. We're talking about just the raw motherboard on there. So it's interesting they're able to even meet that price point, especially with the 10 gig connectors. The 2.5 gigs becoming the probably. Does it say these are using the Intel i226? I think that's what it said. I
can't remember if they were 5 or 6. Hang on. Where are we looking? Because we got the board here. Sorry,
probably one of those spec pages might have them.
Yes. Let's go through that. There, I've got too many tabs and I've got the thing in the way.
Yeah, they didn't say which chips they're using on there.
Again, this could so well be within the comment section.
Yeah, I'm assuming they went with the Intel, whether it's to 225 or 226, 2.5 gigs. Those are quickly becoming a standard. So the price on those has been driven down. But the 10 gig stuff, once you go to any of the embedded 10 gig systems, the price jumps up a lot. If you just go searching for any motherboards that have that on there, embedded boards, mini ITX boards, that price is still really high for that board. I've been trying to find something to do, maybe a DIY NAS video to help out the home users who really want to just build it themselves. But the board cost is kind of prohibitive on it to get a bunch of SATAs on there, 10 gig connectivity. Now, I've also seen a few companies cheat and call having 4 2.5 gigs 10 gig connectivity, because they just you could bond them all together. Wow. You're implying, I've seen it implied on some of the sales I've seen, but 2.5 gigs not bad for probably the average user's connectivity. Not everybody needs to have the peak amount of speed. If you're going to do something like, I just need a home NAS, I'm going to store my photos, and I want to use it for some media sharing, Plex, MB, Jellyfin, whatever media player of your choice. You don't need a 2.5 gig even. You may want 2.5 gig or more to get the data over to it from wherever it is, but from a streaming standpoint, you don't need it. So I think that's one of the more common home user use cases, and this squarely throws it in that home user pricing point on there. Talk a little bit about like Synology. Why is Synology, take what looks, and this is the common complaint I'm sure you've seen, that's a pretty low-end processor Synology has. Well, engineering these has a cost to it. Integrating and putting them together, there's a long timeline on it. It's not like buying the latest gaming CPUs and things like that. So that cost is kind of baked in there, where you don't always get the latest hardware, but you get a tight integration. Doing this like this, I mean, magic if they figured it out. I hope someone has come up with an idea that actually can be deliverable at that price, but I'm very skeptical of seeing all this, that they can do what they're saying they're able to do.
I mean, what I would like to, I do wonder if there'll be a video on this on your channel in a month that basically disproves everything we've discussed, because the thing is, as I've said through all of this series, and I reckon I'll say right the way down till hopefully one arrives on my desk, I want this to arrive, because I think this is the kind of product that can change and shake the industry, and hopefully there are NAS brands out there will look at that and go, oh, crap, we have got too comfortable. Because, I mean, case in point, I've got a million squillion tabs here, but case in point, to get that comparative hardware that we had on that reward there, and again, we're looking at $616 there. And again, crazy money. When we look at the QNAP, the most recently released QNAP there, this is, and again, this is, obviously the architecture and the board is different and stuff like that. This is a system that's 2,600 quid, so call it, call it $3,000, whatever. But the specifications of this are, I think, 16 or potentially 32 gig. It's an i5. It's Gen 4 lanes on that. It's a beefy system, and it's the idea that these comparative systems here is a 5-bay system with 4 M2 NVMe slots on there. So technically a 9-bay, if you want to get really pedantic, for that kind of money is just mind-blowing. And then when you go further still and you start looking at the rest of the market. So, for example, I've already talked about this on the channel, but we've already ordered one of these. It arrived, the video's done. And this is the CWWK or Changwang, which I am not mature enough to say. It's a 6-bay system. It's got inclusive SSD on board and NVMe there that's got Unraid installed on it. I think they're being very disingenuous about the word license, by the way. But more on that when that video comes out. And even this system here, it would look like it's using, if not the same board, then very much a derivative of that same board inside there. And this, I believe, was 390 UK pounds for that device. And this doesn't have the available M2 slot. It's got one M2 slot that's feeding into a multi-lane SATA board. It's ugly as sin. I can't wait for that to appear on the channel. Oh man, it is hideous. And the other piece, M2 NVMe lane, has the M2 NVMe that's got, it's there for storage, and of course Unraid is on a little USB that you're sticking on the back there. But that's 400, and by the way, the build quality on this also has question marks. But then you
click
move
on the
forward.
little board that's next to it.
This little board here, is that the one we were discussing earlier?
Yeah. Yep. See, it's got all those SATA on there. See, this is the board I was assuming they're using, but they have more PCIe lanes than that seems to be available. This is that other board I had mentioned. It goes by different names. I've seen it called the Top 10 board, but it's got the Intel i226 on it. It's all integrated. I think this might make a decent NAS board, but you may notice there's not much on it. You have a single NVMe for boot. You've got 6 drives you can put in it and a chassis, and that's it. Like, how they get all the other PCIe lanes on there. Actually, I'm sorry, that one does have 2 NVMe on it. I can see
it just there, but moving forward, like, I mean, we were going to talk about those, and one thing I was going to highlight that, these kind of boards and this kind of technology, it does have a place. Server the Home did a really, really great and very intriguing, and I'll link to this below, a good write-up on several of these running some of that, open firewall type software, PFSense and the like. So there's definitely a place for this kind of stuff, but it just keeps coming back to, we're not doubtful that this is possible. My doubts just keep coming back to that price point for me and that timeline. And again, I want to be proved wrong so badly.
Me too.
And then we look at how that board in question that we just discussed, I mean, this, by the way, you want to see an ugly picture? That is not the picture I want to see when I'm marketing a product. How horrendous. Sitting there poking fun from the other side of the world. But, you know, even this system here, this is running on a Celeron processor here. This is with no RAM, no SSD, and this is 322. Now, yes, AliExpress and their retailers there, they've got to put a markup on there. I get it. I completely understand. They are a business. But still, nonetheless, that's 322. Which is, you know, where a lot of my initial trepidation came down when I was looking at the pricing of this at the beginning. From there, again, going along with there, we look at the price of Synologies as well, but obviously that's a combined system. And there'll be people out there, you know, there's your top 10 solutions there. There'll be people that look at systems like this going, oh, I'm going to stick Exponology on that. And, you know, dodge software of maybe not really open source because Synology have got it.
What software is the Storaxa running? That's especially when you're combining. I don't know any. I mean, combining Wi-Fi router along with NAS. I don't imagine that's TrueNAS. I've never seen that done with TrueNAS. So what is there? Are they trying to develop their own software here?
No, it doesn't include the OS. You can select the OS it's going to arrive with, I believe, but also with that, I do think there is something of a dual OS kind of Proxmox base on that. But how? You know, how, again, this will come down. I'm sure after this video, you're going to have fun reading those comments and updates there. But again, I mean, just going through it, I think the big takeaway in this, because normally in these updates, I talk about new things that have come up since the previous video, but really it has just been focused on that Pledge Manager. They've got the Pledge Manager. They've enabled all the options. There was a couple of issues with regard to completing. There's not really been significant updates per se into the project itself. They're just waiting for that deadline at the end of the month, where, or at least March, over by the time this goes out, will have just ended for people of that 3,000 backers to get their confirmed orders in. And then after that, production really does start, unless they've started with the confirmed ones they've received there. And whether they, you know, if they can hit that timeline, if they can get this delivered by the first half of June, that, I mean, that in itself is impressive in that timeline, going through there. Let's have a look. Yeah, but I think for now, I think we'll wrap things up. But actually, before we wrap it up, so what are your final thoughts on that? For what you've seen thus far, and obviously you've not had time to research this at all, what are your thoughts on that? So
as you mentioned with Serve the Home and all these little, you know, inexpensive things that are used for firewalls. They have a great place. They're cool edge computers for a lot of different use cases. But I'd love to see the NAS world kind of get into that same thing. People running home NASs sometimes would like to have an all-in-one box like this. So I think this is going to be, whether it's this company or not, I don't know. I'm skeptical, but I think we're going to see a big expansion into those boxes because they're reasonable hard drive prices. Well, I should say hard drive storage, the amount of storage you get for the price has increased dramatically. A lot of people want to run a home NAS. This is a in-demand market right now. So I'm excited about the future of it. I think we're going to see a lot of the generic competitors in there. And it's going to force some Synologies and QNAPs to kind of look over their shoulder and going, what are these people doing over here? So I am excited about where the future's going. I just don't think that price point is going to be met. I don't know. I'm a skeptic on that.
I mean, for me, if they are even selling them at a loss or at cost, it could be a brand building exercise. It's a strange way to do it, but it's not the first time we've seen people on Kickstarter build a brand. It's not impossible, but still nonetheless, I think more than anything, half the choice of making these videos is because later on, I want to see what comes next after this to show what, because if this does arrive, man alive, I hope Synology and QNAP look at this and then suddenly realise they're going to have to wake up at least a little bit on that market of flexibility in the middle. Because again, looking at that price difference between those two devices, that is quite the void. But that has been the April update. Let's go straight in. So I would say today's video is going to be a mixture of kind of green, amber and red things that we're going to be talking about. The good, the bad and the ugly, because it has been a real mixed bag in terms of updates of this particular Kickstarter. And I'm going to start positive. We're going to go through all of the things that I consider positive updates within the last 30 to 35 days. And then after that, we'll go through the Pledge Manager debacle in the middle, and then a few things at the end that have been discussed on numerous platforms online with regards to this project. But As you can see straight away, and we'll be referring to this later on, Storaxa or Aoostar, the company there, have got an official website up and running there. I'm not going to say it's the most advanced site there, and that's a bit rich coming from me and Eddie and our website there, but they do have that page there up and running. And if you aren't a backer, there does seem to be a project update area on this site. Actually, I've already got it opened up in a new tab, but it's a bit lackluster there. I will say, I'm fairly certain there was another update here that I think has gone, but still nonetheless there's information there with regards to the project. And as mentioned in the article linked and referenced earlier in the video, they do talk a little bit there about cancellation and when you're sending the device back. There's a little bit of forward planning there being rolled into that website. I would say, at least as far as the TNC, there's not really any of the kind of filler there. But what there is there, at least is something to be building on. Although I will highlight that all the information is perhaps out of date within the last 30 days, and then there's some other stuff we'll talk about later on. As mentioned, there's actually been quite a few micro updates in the last 30 to 35 days there. If we go for the updates there, and there was one as of, well, timeline-wise and time zone-wise yesterday at the time of recording, but even then, we look back at that there, and there were several updates in April, and these updates, again, covered smaller things, particularly the most recent one yesterday, probably the more meaningful of all of them. But if we go back to this one from April 19th, they talk a little bit more about the specification updates on the block system and the MOBO outline there of what's the layout for the whole system. I will say their timeline there has since in the last days been subject to change, but they did share a lot more information about their provisional MOBO there, but more on that later on, because not everyone is totally happy about some of the changes that have been implemented on that. Another thing that I touched on in the article, and I will give them good credit for this one, and that is sharing a lot of the information about where the funds that have been gathered so far remain. And we can see there from them sharing information on Stripe, the payment handler there in the middle, and that Stripe has effectively said to them, we're holding back 50% of this revenue given the amount of money, and saying until fulfillment begins and fulfillment is confirmed, whether that stands at all or just the beginning of fulfillment, 50% of the funds are being held back. But Storaxa do say that the remaining money within that, we can see a lot of that money there, the total raised at $3.7 million there. They're saying that the money accrued that they've received thus far is enough to begin deposits and fulfillment of those existing orders there. Again, we are still talking about tremendous small margins there. But nonetheless, I'm actually quite impressed that they included that in there, along with lots of kind of inside information about balances and funds being held there. So I am going to give them credit for sharing that. Of course, we can only rely on the information they share and the validity of that, but still nonetheless, it's nice that that was providing in an update when we are talking quite significant sums of money. Heading back into that layout they showed earlier on, and this is the Intel i7 version, one of the things they highlighted there was that the MOBOs would be arriving now if you regardless of the quantity you went for with those particular higher end builds there, that they originally spec'd out with DDR4, and these are now going to be upgraded to DDR5 at no additional cost. Indeed, this was confirmed in the comments by Storaxa themselves when people were inquiring about it. So again, do check your configurations there, but several of those are going to be upgraded from DDR4 to DDR5 at no additional cost, which is, again, if this all plans out, that's a nice little extra to be rolled in there. They could have maybe tried to squeeze a little bit more bunts out of people, but it was rolled in. So again, one in the green box. Now, rolling through to the update yesterday was our first look at the MOBO that they are rolling out here for the N6005 model. Now, given the number of people that, by the looks of things, particularly on those numbers that were shown earlier on in terms of the amount of money raised, that have scaled up their initial configuration, not only beyond the CPU, but also towards the 10 GBE models and more, I would say that of all the MOBOs that they could have shown off, and yes, this was, the first initial board they showed at the beginning of the campaign, this is the one that I think people wanted to see the least. People like myself that have engaged in this campaign in order to maintain these updates and obviously review the device down the line went for the provisional base level box. But I think a lot of people that updated again to the R5, i7 or some of the more aggressive AMD boxes are not going to be overly thrilled to see that the first MOBO in physicality that we're seeing here was the Intel Pentium Celeron type model there. But I will say that MOBO, these are a weird couple of angles here they're showing us. And again, this isn't, I'm not red flagging this. I'm just saying if I wanted to see this and I was excited about the N6005, The angles of these shots aren't fantastic. They do state that these have been supplied by the manufacturer to them based on these boards. And looking at AliExpress and other Topton Mobos, which again they have highlighted, this is what they're basing it, or what is being supplied to them from, we can see that it lives somewhere between that N6005 board, but this has a slightly different power input array there, and somewhere with the J416, 413 and 12 board there in the arrangement of the additional ports. So I think this board is legit, but it's a very bizarre angle to be taken there when you would want to top down, you want to see the layout there, but again, it's still a board unplugged in, more as a schematic case of affairs there. So overall, I would say as far as Mobo development there, don't think there was any really doubt that motherboards existed, because again, they mentioned themselves they were basing on those CWWK Topton type boards anyway, with modifications somewhere along the line. But we will be returning to the subject of motherboards later in the video. And rounding out on the last of the green tick 30 to 35 day updates there, I will say they did highlight a lot of people were raising the question of hard drive pricing, because a lot of people that had pledged towards this campaign that had gone for pre-populated SSD hard drive or both inside their system obviously paid a price back then during the very fluctuating points of hard drive and SSD pricing, and of course currency exchanges. Now we have seen dips, rises and falls in the cost of hard drives and SSDs recently, and because of that a lot of people were raising that if the cost of hard drives come down, will users see that money? And of course there was a debate back and forth that some people go, well, you've pledged into something and the fluctuating prices, no one can predict that far in advance. But Storaxa did highlight in one of their recent updates that they did highlight that they were able to renegotiate with their suppliers to give a discount if those prices drop. So if that happens, they're saying because of other delays within the project, if any discount that is provided will be extended to users. Now again, we have to take them at their word on this for people that went for these options, and we're only going by updates here on Kickstarter, which have to be taken with any kind of pinch of salt, but still nonetheless they have at the very least committed to that here on their pages. So if a discount is found to be had and shown, then I think they're kind of committed to actually extend that discount if this does reach fulfillment level with those drives there. Which now leads us to what I would consider the big throttle point of the last 30 to 35 days of this Kickstarter project. And in a lot of other Kickstarter projects, I would say this could have been the death nail. It does seem like that is not the case here from what we can see thus far. But so far, PledgeBox, which is kind of one of the tools, the platforms that a lot of Kickstarters use for optional extras and scaling up, or in some cases scaling down a project for their backers, and ultimately as a means to expand a project between the point of crowdfunding and the point of fulfillment. Now in the case of this, Storaxa are stating that there was errors within the PledgeBox that aren't strictly their fault, that resulted in quite a lot of users seeing screens like this, that all of a sudden they, on their pledge screens, were being told they actually owed amounts, or that the money that they had paid was not sufficient, or kind of negative balances there being displayed there on screen. Now this has kind of been the long-running thing for a few weeks now, where Storaxa, as they're saying, have to manually go into these orders. There was no automated means to rectify this. And going through all of the people backing this, of which go into the thousands, they're saying that took up a considerable length of time. I will say that you certainly seen that responses to questions on the Kickstarter have reduced from the actual Storaxa themselves. But I will say, if this is indeed what has happened with PledgeBox, and they are a small team, I would say there is a little bit of benefit of the doubt there with regards to having to expand yourself to actually assign and answer all of the individual questions from users on this. And if you go into the comments there, this was kind of a main thing of people going, have you been affected? Have you seen your refund? How many people have been affected? And a few entrepreneurial users went ahead and started creating little polls there, and in the comments as well, just saying how many people have been hit, how many people have been affected. And of course, we are still talking about relative small numbers have taken part in the canvassing of these numbers versus the number of people affected. But I can say right now, at least with myself there, I wasn't hit by this. So again, it seems like not everyone was affected. It was a small pool of users. Without knowing full numbers shared on there, it's very hard to put a finger on the point of the extent of this issue and just how much manpower would have been needed to rectify all of these orders manually one by one. Another slightly wobbly moment for the campaign we have to talk about earlier on is to do with company addresses. Now, there are a lot of people that follow Kickstarters, not just this one, but just generally on websites like Kickscammers and, you know, other subreddits as well, where they will look at the architecture of these and look for those red flags. And one of them that a lot of people were discussing was the fact that the company name that Aoostar was utilizing on some of their documentation changed. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, we mentioned their website earlier on and their trading address. So if we go into the contact us section there, you can find out more information about where they are stated to reside. And we can see that details on there were a little bit thinner. Now, when we made our way in, a lot of people were alerted, both in the comments of the individual Kickstarter and here on Reddit, that people were saying how the address suddenly changed, as you can see there, because there was an address in Hong Kong listed there for Aoostar, and then all of a sudden registration for this location here, based in Denver. Now, to their credit, they did go to the trouble of explaining themselves eventually, but there was a few dicey days. Well, a lot of users were wondering why exactly the address had changed to some random location here in Denver for this Hong Kong-based company. And a lot of users were quick to comment before Storaxa themselves jumped in and just saying, you know, it's a tax thing. And when it comes down to it, if you look at where they've gone, they've got that registered on their invoices with the sample that Storaxa themselves provided. And Storaxa went on to explain regarding Chinese companies and crowdfunding campaigns. And it was effectively a way for, on the one hand, managing shipping and returns, and another one managing the money via Kickstarter there. Again, kind of wish they had explained this prior to making those changes to let people know, because there was definitely some dicey times there on multiple forums where this was raised. And I think, again, we can ignore some of the more, I would say, comedic comments there. But to still say, nonetheless, this was a wobbly moment for a few users following this game. Yeah, yes, for those watching this, it is a crowdfunding campaign. It is Kickstarter. There is always going to be an element of the unknown because you're not dealing with a premium here when it comes to like an Amazon or an eBay or whatever. But still, nonetheless, I think this was a wobbly moment within the campaign for a few users, and it shook people up a little bit. Talking about moments that shook people up a little bit, this is one that is currently outstanding, and hopefully by the time you're watching this video it will be resolved, and that is to do with the website itself that I showed you earlier on. And it was raised by several users online, both on the Kickstarter comments themselves and on some of the Reddit forums there, that the address here for Aoostar and this website is kind of gonna go. We can see there that it expires on the 23rd of May, and today's the 15th of May. It was created way back in May 2020, and that domain there just seems very odd that we've seen this domain. Looks like it's going to run out, even though we've seen a few little updates on the project via these pages. It seems really odd that someone would go to the trouble of updating this website and starting to add it as a, you know, a credible platform to market this product from. But something as simple as the domain running out in May, that seems like a heck of an oversight there. And there are a few users out there wondering why that's the case. Now, this is not, you know, this isn't really that detrimental to an overall campaign. Let's face it, their primary outlet right now is Kickstarter, and therefore, you know, giving them shares for a website running out, the GoDaddy there, and someone else maybe swiping it up. I'm just surprised, given this has been commented on online a couple of times, moving to another tab there inadvertently. This has been raised a couple of times. It seems kind of odd to me that this has been allowed to even continue to reach that close to the mark when, you know, this has been raised for the better part of a week and a half, maybe even longer. I think it was even raised in some of these conversations here with regards to that company name change there. So it's a small little worrying little nugget there to put on the shelf there in the background for some users. It's a small thing, not strictly necessary to the product, but still, as far as a company oversight, that's a real odd one. Now, heading back to that update that we saw on the 16th of April, there was something else mentioned in there, not just the whole issue surrounding PledgeBox needing resolution, and that was to do with the Mobos. Now, they received an early print of the motherboard for, it looks like, the Intel series there, and for this one they stated that the motherboard arrived, their mainboard print, and it had mistakes in the layout. Unfortunately, due to delays caused by the Golden Week holiday here, or there I should say, I will say there is kind of dating for that particular holiday all over the place, but I don't make calendars, but nevertheless, they did state that this would cause a delay in the rollout of that. And that was when this was kind of stated on the 16th. That was why I think a lot of users felt slightly less than bowled over when we saw the rollout of eventually that board there. Let's bring it up. The first one yesterday for that Intel N6005 Mobo there by comparison there. But the reason I bring up the board is, although they didn't detail what exactly the mistakes were on the layout, one change to the schematic of this device that has started already kind of early dividing opinion is to do with the power supplier. Now, it looks like with the system, not only is it going to be delayed, more on that in a second, but they are now going to be arriving with external PSUs. Now, again, there is good and bad, of course. I've talked about it many times here on the channel. When it comes to desktop devices, I've always been someone that opted for an external an external power supply unit. Why is that? Well, there's the obvious stuff, like it is just plain easier to replace, to keep another one on the shelf there. Also, it kind of removes a lot of the restrictive airflow that may be inside a system, and also some PSUs, depending on whether you're going for a pre-built block or you're going for a PSU that's kind of a stripped power board rolling out into mass transistors and kind of heat sinks. That kind of PSU there can in some cases generate quite a lot of heat. Not all PSUs, but there are exceptions to that. So an external PSU can make a lot of sense. And we were always wondering when we saw this device very early doors, when we saw that chassis there, one of the questions we had was, that is a lot of compacted in space there, and we were concerned about heat being generated. Yes, if these M2s are restricted to 3x1 in some cases, heat is going to be lessened. Classic example of that we were talking about on the channel was that Aoostar Flash Store series, but some of these are going to be running much higher speed M2s on there, so we were always concerned with some of those configurations about that air and space. So having an external PSU does kind of make more sense in some of those, but there's no avoiding that an external PSU on some of these systems like the i7 ones, yes, you're not going to have room for putting like a GPU card in there, but it is going to result in bigger external PSUs, and there are some users who are not going to be overly chuffed by the idea of a big chunky external PSU on their systems there. Now, going back to that delay, they have mentioned there about, they've kind of highlighted there's going to be delays. Remember, at the initial delivery date, I believe, was around mid-June to the end of June. It looks like that is now going to be towards the end of July. We're still waiting to see a further update in terms of the timeline. If we go back to my article there, I've got a million squillion tabs open. And the most recent timeline we saw was the April one. But of course, that is now subject to quite a lot of change there. And that second half of June delivery there is looking way more like the end of July if this does reach fulfillment there. But that's pretty much it. Again, the comment section on this Kickstarter are long. Even if we refresh it there, I'm fairly certain there must have been a fresh comment within the last few hours. Put the word hour there and have a look, and we're still going to see lots of users there still maybe talking about the PledgeBox, and of course there is still going to be question marks about the motherboard and that change of external PSU from an internal one that I know isn't going to win everyone over. But as you can see, Storaxa are still continuing to respond. But that is the May update for the Storaxa Kickstarter NAS. It looks like, you know, if it's going to arrive, it's going to be in the next couple of months. I would say since our last video, there has been a lot of individual micro updates. Now, I say micro updates because when it comes to a project of this scale, I think what people want to see is dynamicism. They want to hear that the company is still alive and that they are doing stuff. So although each of these updates in of themselves isn't actually that big, I would argue for some users it's actually better that we see constant dribbles of information rather than like one big update per month. But we will be going through each of the little bits and bobs of information that have come up, because although it's mostly positive, I am going to say that there are a couple little red flags that popped up along the way that are worth discussing. But where we were up to last month when we were talking about this, they were talking about the final board for the Intel entry-level controller board going inside the Storaxa there. And they're also talking a little bit more about that business regarding the internal PSU suddenly becoming an external PSU. Now, there was detractors, and again, you know, that stated that this, this system. They should have known very early on that it was going to be an external PSU, and therefore, so a lot of users who don't like external PSUs, and frankly, I don't mind them actually, I prefer them, easier to replace, was certainly not happy about the idea of the PSU being swapped over, especially when it turned out they'd already ordered additional PSUs to have on a shelf if ever they needed it there. Again, Storaxa did state that they were happy to start talking about issuing refunds on those before the 10th of June, which is of course passed at this point. But one thing I will mention, and again, I'm not the only one that has touched on this, it is now the 22nd of June. Where is the case? Because right now they've been talking consistently, and you'll see in the update, a lot of it to do with the controller board. And of course, there are a lot of different revisions out there. And they, as stated in their update from the 22nd of May, so a month ago, they did state that the plan was always to have one single all-encompassing case that they could utilize each of the individual boards inside. And although the change of that PSU has adapted over time to be an external PSU for reasons of scale and them talking about the advantages it brings to air circulation and heat dissipation, something we talked about here on the channel before, even now, despite them saying that the case sample will be ready in the week of June 5th, we've still not seen it. We've seen the case several times in the initial presentation of the Storaxa, but again, that might just be the same case. So if you are watching this Storaxa, please in your next update show off that case. If you've got it, flaunt it. A lot of users who are following these updates quite avidly for their products, some of which have spent quite a lot of money on both the system itself and the additional drives. If your targeted date is still the end of July, which again, most Kickstarters always deliver late anyway, I think that's a fairly consistent thread people have observed. But still, if you are trying to stick to this early July release and it's the 22nd of June, surely you have the case knocking around now, and you've at least, if you've not gone down mass production, and of course you do have these lovely CAD designs here, but still nonetheless, please show more images of this case. Now, circling back round to that question mark around the external PSU, there were some users that were highlighting that why wouldn't the brand just go ahead with a USB Type-C connector there for that power connection? And, you know, not to defend Storaxa directly, because we're trying to remain as independent as possible, that probably would require quite a substantial change in design along the way. And although I have already said that a lot of these decisions should have been ironed out very early on during development, I think that would be quite a hefty change to make at this stage. And again, as mentioned, a lot of people aren't overly keen on external power supplies, and Storaxa, to their credit, have been responding quite promptly to a lot of questions on rotation. And with regards to the updates, again, lots of updates, but smaller micro updates overall. So again, I'm not too fussed about the external PSU there, but I understand I'm by no means speaking on behalf of everyone. Moving away from the PSUs, we can talk about development of the controller boards, and in one of their updates around about 15 days ago, they were talking about how the AMD board was ready, and they showed production runs of that PCB for the 5825 processor there. Unfortunately, not too long later on the 19th of June, they did highlight that they did see issues regarding the M2 NVMe connected slots on the top, and they isolated it down to this component chip here on the PCB, and they do say they are working on resolution of that. Again, would have liked to have seen the case, would have liked to have seen a more complete version of it, but we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt, at least for now. Another thing that was touched on in our update from 15 days ago, give or take, was the matter of the SD card that was part of the 5th stretch goal on the Storaxa project. This was going to be an SD card that had the system OS, the layout of Proxmox, and indeed the NAS software that was going to be on board, ready as a recovery drive when you needed it on the system. However, they did go on to say that ultimately, because there's a lot of different configurations of the way people want to utilize it, they're not going to be supplying it on that SD card. They are stating that they going to provide it via a downloadable image form along with guides on their own website, and a lot of people are requesting written guides there. We'll have to see how that pans out, but they will state that they will be publishing videos on their own YouTube channel for guides and kind of walkthroughs on setting up the system, but we will return to the subject of their YouTube channel just shortly. Another question mark that came up during our previous video was to do with Arrowtrack.com. This is the company that is effectively producing the Storaxa. Storaxa is the solution and Arrowtrack is the company above it. Now, a lot of question marks were floating around about the domain because it seemed like it was going to expire at any time. And despite the Storaxa group being told repeatedly about the age on that domain, they didn't seem to be acknowledging it too promptly. Well, I can confirm right now that it has been renewed. It has only been renewed for a year on there, but then if you're going for a renewal system there, a 1 year renewal on rotation isn't unheard of, so I'm not going to give them too much criticism for that. But I will say that it did seem really odd that they'd let that overrun as much as they had, given it is their company domain there. Outside of the usual production that people are waiting for updates on and Storaxa sharing information about the development of the product, I would say that the only other thing that's been really causing anything of a big stir on the updates during this Kickstarter's campaign has been the matter of the delivery test. Now, I don't think I touched on this in the previous video, but because I think it came about shortly afterwards, but Storaxa are saying that a courier company that they've been in contact with for the shipping globally of this product has given them incredible rates, they're saying there. But in order for them to verify whether they can actually deliver on that, what they want to be able to do is utilize, remember that stretch goal we mentioned earlier with the SD card? They want to ship everyone's SD cards early and ship it to them to their intended addresses there. Now, there is, good reason for that. One could say you want to know that this courier company actually can deliver, and you're still talking about 5,000 or so destinations. But at the same time, there is the argument that sending a small SD card in a padded envelope with an accumulated value maybe of $8 at most, comparing that against shipping a device that's worth thousands of pounds with logistics, with the price, and also wanting to know that the tax will be taken care of fine, as Storaxa have said that it will be done, it's a slightly different story. Now, I've gone through the comments, and again, I'm more than happy to be wrong about this, but I've not found anywhere to date the name of this company. And I understand that Storaxa might not want to give attention to a company until they've 100% confirmed it, but if they're going down the road of shipping these anyway, I'm surprised Storaxa haven't actually highlighted who is the shipping company that's sending this out. Again, could be nothing, but it seems odd to me that there's so much discussion around the reasoning behind sending an SD card to everyone to prove that the logistic company is legit, but at the same time, not knowing the name of that company. Again, if I'm wrong, I've scoured the comments. I don't think I could find it there. I'm happy to be wrong. But even when you move along that, they are proceeding with this. This is the update from the 19th of June, so just a handful of days ago. And again, this isn't the first time they've done a shipping test. Very early in the Storaxa's kind of development. I think this was just prior to PledgeBox, them having the PledgeBox involvement there. They did talk about how they did a test ship with a user down here. Again, down there, Jasmine S. So if that is you, name check for you. But I've not really heard much more about that afterwards. This user did confirm that it did arrive, the shipment, it did arrive with them. But again, if we could hear more on that, that would be fantastic. And moving forward from that, there are some users say on Reddit, and again, one might argue this is hyper paranoid, but one might also argue without knowing the full details of how the background mechanics works. It is understandable that some of us might wonder about that, and there's been some users just raising the fact that could this, in a worst case scenario, be something that would cross the road into Stripe? As mentioned in a previous video, 50% of the funds were held back, and it was Storaxa themselves that volunteered this information to users in their defense. But again, something like this, would it be something that could release some of those funds? And again, it's probably quite unlikely, but at the same time, some users have kind of said that they have sort of pinged the payment holder there just to make sure this is all being noted. Overall, this all adds up together to me believing that the odds of it actually being shipped out by the end of July is pretty slim for me. They have stated in their most recent updates that they're still targeting the end of July, and whether that only really aims at the kind of entry Intel, that Pentium series processor there, and all of the bigger boy units are going to have to wait a little bit longer, who knows? But I would say, although it's not hugely surprising that this is going to be late, because let's face it, Kickstarters, you're not buying an eBay, you're not going to Amazon, you're not going to Newegg or B&H. This is very much a crowd-funded project on the go. Despite all of that, though, I would still like to see a little bit more of clarity on the delivery of this unit, particularly as mentioned, well, we've not really seen much of the case. We've seen the odd board run, but I want to see more of the case for something that they maintain until recently, at least, that this is something arriving or shipping from them in around about a month or so. And that seems to me, if the case hasn't arrived and they're already talked about changing the PSU, I don't think that means that this unit is going to be firing out of their doors at the end of July. But hopefully they'll surprise me. I want to be wrong on this. I want to be wrong. Before we go any further, a very quick disclaimer off the bat. You know that I've been trying to do a monthly update on this system in conjunction with the Kickstarter to cover all of the updates for those in and outside of it as a kind of testament towards whether a Kickstarter NAS like this can be a success. And although I do update it regularly and try to do a video every single month, one problem I'm finding right now is timing these videos with the updates. Case and point, although you can see there on screen a lot of the information that we're going to be covering today. Today is the 31st of July in the UK. It's just after lunchtime, and unfortunately there is still an update on the schedule according to Storaxa for today, and I've been holding out on this video right until that update could come out, and unfortunately it's not arrived by the time of this recording. Consequently, what you're probably going to find is either at the end of this video, if it arrives before I produce and publish this video, I will tap it on to the end of it, or this update on the 31st of July, if it is significant enough, I will make an updated version of this video coming out in the next 24 to 48 hours, just as an addendum to this one. So either it's going to be added to the end, or you'll see it in the next couple of days if it is a significant update. But without further ado, let's crack on with everything we learned in July. We're really covering 4 things in this video. They should be chapterized at the bottom. But the first thing I want to talk about is Storaxa's weird silence for about 2.5 weeks. Now, before we go any further, this isn't kind of scapegoating or witch hunting, although there has been comments put on their Storaxa Reddit, which, frankly, if you do read it, does have a tendency to get a little toxic in places. You read it and you'll see what I mean. There was definitely a period of about 2 to 3 weeks where Storaxa was pretty silent. Now, although we could go into the comments now to review that, I've got some of the comments here with just people kind of wondering where they'd gone. Now, again, there will be users out there that have followed Kickstarter campaigns in the past, and they know that, one, they want people to concentrate on the goods that are being developed. What they want is a full-baked product and less on the talky. And the second thing, of course, is Storaxa and the way they've been responding to users in individual comments, we have to be honest, has been very on the nose. But it's because of that this silence for 2.5 weeks was so poignant, because they've been so hot on replying to people within 2 to 3 days for the entirety of this campaign, that a sudden silence in itself became something a lot of people, myself included, were kind of perplexed by. And as you can see from those comments on screen, people were wondering. However, I can confirm that around about mid-month, they did reply, apologising to users for not really responding, and backdating and going through the previous comments historically and answering a lot of those questions, my own included. So again, although there was a large period of silence that frankly did cause a lot of people to get a little bit unnervy about a sudden silence from them, it has to be said that they have since started responding once again, returning to the same regularity of those updates and answering comments. And overall, I think a lot of faith has been restored in this project that may have been lost during that time. Next up, a quick dotting the I and crossing the T from the previous update video there, and this is to do with the development of the AMD mainboard there, the 5825. And again, they did highlight mid-June that they were having difficulties with that board, and they stated that they were having inconsistent connections, and indeed no connections in some cases, with the main M2 NVMe slots. Now, that was in the June 19th update, highlighted down. We did cover that in the previous video, and I'm pleased to say that they did, in their end of month update at the end of June, did highlight that issue had been resolved, and that particular ASM chip is now functioning there. So again, although we're still not seeing a full breakdown in terms of, the AMD utilizers, the kind of higher end Intel ones, and of course the entry level devices as well, I will say that that was kind of a breaking point there for them in terms of highlighting the functionality of some of the components they've been receiving. We've really got to talk about a particular other component that's kind of dominated a lot of the conversation on Storaxa's own comment section and update sections over the last 3 to 4 weeks. Of course, I'm talking about the SD cards that formed part of a stretch goal that was part of the original Kickstarter campaign, alongside a 2.5 USB adapter that we've not heard too much about since. We're focusing pretty much here on the SD card. The SD card that was offered to every single backer upon the completion of the original campaign there, as it crossed over all of its goals. Now, this SD card originally that was going to arrive with recovery media and a recovery image of your Storaxa, which they've changed position on because they're saying there's too many configurations. The SD card is now being utilised as a means to test the courier company and their by their own sharing there a very interesting and affordable quote provided to them by a logistics company in order to distribute Storaxa on the final, fulfillment of the campaign to buyers out there. And they're going to provide the original media images via download links to different configurations later down the line when the systems do get distributed there. Now, the SD cards were shipped out to a lot of users, and I think it would be fair to say that the distribution has been mixed. There's lots of things to touch on, but first and foremost we'll talk about a delay that came very early doors with the SD cards, with Storaxa stating on one of their updates here that a lot of the SD cards they'd received, I say a lot, they did say some, I'll correct myself there, some of the SD cards were fake with the kind of non-real storage values inside that had very variable internal storage values upon their testing, and they were saying how they're taking quality control very, very seriously, and therefore they had to seek out another supplier for these SD cards, which therefore kind of staggered things and delayed distribution of those SD cards there. The other thing that became very, very clear during the distribution of these SD cards is that the SD cards have certainly been phased and delivered region by region or continent by continent, with the majority of the first wave of SD cards clearly going towards US buyers, presumably because they have a larger percentage overall. But when it came to UK, when it came to Europe, when it came to other areas of the East, for some reason there does look like there have been delays, or at least later shipping down the line for those users. For example, myself, I've not received an SD card yet, and as you can see at the moment it has made it to the UK. It reached Hong Kong distribution at 9:24 on the 26th of July, so not too long ago. But given these cards were first discussed about distribution by Storaxa, and if we utilise this date here being the 30th of June, I've still got a slow delivery there on those SD cards if they were shipped out then. So it's clearly indicating, and they themselves did highlight that it was going to be country by country. Now, a lot of you may be wondering, and I'm sure it was already raised in the comments, why the big fuss over SD cards? It's just an SD card. I'm more interested in the Storaxa itself actually coming to fruition, and that's true. But don't lose sight of the fact that this was designed as a logistics test, a test of the shipping company, distribution of those tracking numbers, which I think most users didn't get from the PledgeBox. They didn't get it from Storaxa, they got it from the couriers when it reached the end goal area of that distribution and logistics chain there. The other thing, clearly there wasn't going to be any insurance on these SD cards due to their low value. So as a test of the courier company, I hope we see a little bit more statistical evidence of how this was of benefit to the larger campaign, aside from verifying people's addresses, because an SD card is very different to hundreds, if not thousands of pounds of equipment overall. But a lot of the users that did receive their SD cards, and again, predominantly US-based users, and they've got one user here, and again, special thanks to him. I will link to this in the description and in the article over on NAS Compares. They actually shared a lot of images of what we got, and what I thought was really intriguing is this, I'm not going to say this SD card is particularly mind-boggling. It's a 32 gig SD. They're very cheap. But what I did like is at least it's branded there, which is a small thing, and you can arrange that online. Any AliExpress store, there's lots out there that will just put your custom business logo on a bulk batch of SDs. But still, nonetheless, it's a nice extra step they took there. And again, it's inside. It's got a little message with regards to that update there. So it's a nice extra step. It has to be said presentation-wise. I quite like that. And again, if we look at the number of people that actually said received, we can see loads of people had received these cards overall, and you can cycle through those updates. There's plenty of people that have confirmed that they have received it. Indeed, short of a few hiccups, such as a user here saying they received 2 empty envelopes, another user that bought more than one Storaxa inquiring about multiple SD cards, and one user whose local courier effectively mashed up their delivery there. And again, Storaxa did contact them in the comments and say they'd send out another one. It's been pretty smooth by the looks of things, but again, how representative this is of the completed distribution of the system is still yet to be seen. Which brings us to update 23 on the 16th of July. And this is one where they were showing off that completed AMD board that we discussed earlier in the video. Again, that case on the side, I believe that is the original one that was being shown off in the initial Kickstarter campaign there. So I'm not going to give them too much flack for that. But I will say that we're still waiting on seeing the actual case. Now, again, to give them the benefit of the doubt, they do highlight in that most recent comment, they were saying that they were holding out for the completion of a completed, upgraded board that had passed all of the tests. The reason being, they state that they're still trying to aim for one case to service all of the different controller boards, from the very low spec Pentium all the way up to some of the, Intel i12, high level core systems in the AMDs there. So they were saying that at that update on the 31st of July, they will be showing off the completed case there, and they were stating that. And again, that's why we're holding out for that update on the 31st, which again, we're still holding out for. And if you've looked at the time bar and there's like 1 minute left on this video, then you know that I've had to publish this before that has rolled out, and you'll see an update if it is significant. The last thing to touch on is this is the first time they've openly, put their hand up and said it ain't arriving in July, which we'd like to assume we knew by now, given that it's the end of July. But in that mid-July update there, they did highlight that things have moved forward because of delays, because of the controller boards that they'd received through those SD cards being faked out there, and ultimately they have adjusted their timeline and are now targeting the second half of September. I still think it's optimistic. It's not as optimistic as what we saw previously when they were looking at June, July, but it's still pretty optimistic, and it's going to be very interesting to see what the first generation of devices that roll out will be facilitating. Will we be seeing the rollout of the entry-level boxes first, or are we going to be seeing the higher powered boxes roll out first? And also, will we see those regional deliveries affected in the same way? Ultimately, if you are someone that's not in the US, is this targeted regional approach going to have any impact, good or bad, on users when the final fulfillment comes out, based on where they are in the world and depending on which unit they go for there? But again, we still don't know quite enough at this time. Is the 24th of August, and we're going to be going through everything we've learned in the last, give or take, about 24 days or so. But straight away off the bat, there are going to be some of you watching this video because you may have heard on the official Kickstarter campaign from Storaxa and on some of my social posts that we will be receiving a pre-release unit here on the channel. We're going to be conducting a bunch of tests and looking at the device in a lot of detail. So if you've come to this video for that, look on the time bar and go to the end of the video where we're going to a lot more detail about that. But for now, let's go through the update of the campaign thus far, as I say, in the last 25 days or so. And again, the big topic consistently throughout all of this, and again, we cover this a lot more in our more recent updates here on the article link below, and is of course to do with the SD cards. As we go through this, I think it would be safe to say that the shipping test that Storaxa was conducting with the SD cards has gone far from smoothly for a lot of users. A lot of users have received their SD cards, and again, as we mentioned in our July update video, SD cards are not the be-all end-all. It's like a couple of quid's worth of SD card there, but it was about it being a shipping test for a number of us that left a lot of users concerned. To put it into perspective, again, Kickstarter, as we talked about many times, is not great for when you've got long-running conversations because it only loads so many chats in a time. But when we looking at 225 comments, we can see that the term SD card has arisen 179 times. And trust me, although a lot of them are people saying that they've received their SD card, the more recent ones, and definitely certain regions, we're seeing it more and more. Lots of users saying they haven't received them. Now, if you watch my other video, I did highlight that mine hadn't quite arrived yet. I did have tracking information that I got as a receiver, although the sender didn't look like they got it. But I can state that I did get an SD card there coming through. Ignore that there in the background. That's for a video I'm working on. Again, long followers of the channel, and again, those looking in the inner circle, you'll know exactly why I'm looking at that board there in the background. But the SD card arrived. It was branded. It arrived with a little message there. And again, it's a standard card. Did, you know, arrived empty. It wasn't like pre-formatted with any system image, but they did state clearly that they largely removed that as an option that they were working on at that time. But I don't think, I think we saw in a more recent update from them when they were talking about the results of that shipping test that, again, they're not overly chuffed with the way that rolled out, and they did state that chances are they're going to go with a new logistics partner for those. Again, not to everyone's liking. I've got to say that even the most recent comment on there, some people complaining about, you know, just sort out a company. This, you're not buying from Best Buy. This is still your crowdfunded website here. So again, there's going to be bumps. I was never a big fan of the way the shipping test had gone out, as you saw from my other video. But still, nonetheless, I think right now, I think we can all agree it has not been the smoothest process. It comes down to them eventually saying that the SD cards after the USA, Canada, Germany, United Kingdom, which, let's face it, great for if you live in those regions. If you were not in those regions, it seemed that they stopped shipping the cards. Again, this is the logistics company. That's pretty bad, you know. So what they're stating is the SD cards will still be shipped out to backers who haven't received them yet. And again, tracking information wasn't really usable, and then did recover existing SD cards. But still, nonetheless, that still left a bit of a question mark for a lot of users out there that are still either waiting on these cards, and indeed how it reflects upon the delivery of the final product at fulfillment. Next up in that August early update was information on the AMD configuration. Now, I know there are a lot of users out there that are wondering what is going on with the Intel configs. Not just your powerful, you know, your i7 Gen systems, right the way down to those that ordered the base level Pentium, like myself, you know, in order just to keep track of all of this, what's happening with those buyers. And unfortunately, with those configurations, we don't have much more information on those. And this AMD unit seems to be the first one that's rolling out, at least in terms of production, at the manufacturing side on theirs while they perform their tests and tweaks according to Storaxa there. Now again, they showed information on the BIOS, not only a screenshot there, but in a later update, just going through all the options and configuration details of that BIOS. They noticed a few things they stated that did need to be rectified, and on top of that, they did show some of the performance and configuration layouts there with regards to 10GBE testing, RAID Z performance within TrueNAS, and some Plex testing there that didn't really push it too hard, but still was indicative of what the system might be able to do. But again, we are still looking at pre-production. We aren't looking at a completed device here, so you have to take all of these things with that pinch of salt overall. But the next thing was the case, something that I and many have been rattling on about for a while. It's been really weird that we've not seen much of the case up until now, you know, to early to mid-August. We saw lots of stuff right at the beginning of the campaign with them showing it off in early images there with regards to the layout of it. But again, we're talking about a device going into mass production, and a lot of the time what we were told over and over again was that because they were looking for a single case configuration for all of the different CPU and chipsets, the result was they wanted to get all of those nailed down before they got the case. Again, it still feels like they're doing this in line predominantly with the AMD to start with, so kind of how that all fits in, I'm not sure. But the first images we saw were pretty basic, if I'm honest. These are the ones that arrived on August 15th, and these arrived with the case configuration there with the kind of tape and shrink wrap. You know, I know this is an in-progress device. Remove the plastic. It would have added 10 minutes tops to your production update there. Having them all on there kind of, it raised concerns. Another thing that raised concerns, it has to be said when we look closer at the images, is the discoloration between the panels, which have got the OS drive and those M2 NVMEs for this kickstarted NAS. And just the slight change in possibly material or just tone, it wasn't entirely clear. But later on, we saw further updates of the casing in an update that arrived later on. And this was the update that arrived on the 23rd. That was yesterday morning, UK time. And this arrived with details on the base level panel there that's got access to the MOBO, where you're going to be using, you know, for changing the M2 drive there, as well as the SODIMM upgrade slots there, DDR4, DDR5 respectively. And again, there were some question marks about this is clearly one of the upgraded cases there. This is the one for that 4-port AMD with the two, I think 2.5 gig ports and the two 10G ports there. I don't think they're 1 gig. And again, we still saw that discoloration there, but they did highlight that other users, you know, mentioning this, they did go back to production to raise this concern, and the producers the production line of this case was stating that they would get that resolved. But if you are watching this Storaxa, when it comes to those top panels, and again, we are still talking about something that still hasn't reached fulfillment, we're still seemingly looking at the same config, I want to see the spacing of those bays, because right now what we're seeing is we've got that base level bay there, as you can see, which has got that main controller board, and clearly there's going to be some kind of sister board where those M.2s and the main top accessible panel are going to be based. What's going to be the height there? Because we're looking at this main bay here, which is going to have our main SATA storage bays going into them there, and they've got those click and load. But I want to know the spacing, because notwithstanding that top panel, let's go to a better image there, notwithstanding that top panel there being at the top, and you're going to be utilizing an element of dissipation, but I want to know the spacing between the M2 bays and that top casing there, because you want to know basically the height of the heat sinks you might be utilizing, which again, for those using the more throttled systems there, like that Pentium entry level model, you know, they're going to be restricted to 3x1 from what I understand, so you're not going to have to worry too much about dissipation. But what about those looking at some of the Intel Core higher end and the AMD Ryzen buyers? Those are ones that are going to be Gen 4, and I'm not too sure about the speed limitations on those at this time. So heat dissipation is going to be key, and the size of the heat sinks I can use, and indeed how these are going to connect to those top panels. Is it going to be a nice chunky panel that's going to have a nice wodge of thermal there between the SSDs, or is there going to be room for an additional heatsink on there? I'm not too sure at this time, and it doesn't seem to be hugely clear given the different configurations that we're talking about here. Which brings us to the subject of evaluating a pre-release device. Now, we were reached out to by Storaxa, I say we, me and Eddie, we were reached out to on the 1st of August regarding whether we would be interested in reviewing this device. Now, I'm not going to take it lightly. We've really got to be as transparent as possible, because unlike when I review a lot of the products here, these are products that have rolled out for retail. They are the final established product. Now, this is a crowdfunded NAS, and what we are going to be at least evaluating, I'm going to really try my best not to use the word review throughout. It's going to be a device that hasn't crossed that finish line yet, and therefore we have to evaluate it in that fashion with those correct caveats. Now, again, when they got in contact on the 1st of August, it's a long old conversation. You can look through it if you like. Again, I'm going to leave that there on screen. I'm sure some of you might screenshot and read through it, but ultimately it's me stating that I'm more than happy to do this as long as it is understood that this is going to be reviewing a product that is in development, evaluating a pre-production release, a preview if you will. And I have asked them to stipulate just what status the device is going to be in when it is rolled out to me, with documentation to that fact. Indeed, when it was shown online, again on their own pages there, when they were talking about AMD units, and when I talked about some of my social posts there, the main reason I did it is I could run 100 tests on this. I could be doing 10G benchmarks. I could do the internal stuff, whether I'm going to be, you know, seeing how well Proxmox knits those different OSs that are going to be living on top of it, looking at the temperature of the system as a whole, noise. I could be doing any number of tests. I could do 100 tests. However, I'm always going to miss some. So in order to do this the best way I can, this is where you're going to have to come in here, whether you are a backer or not. I've already asked people to tell me the tests they want to see in these videos. Now, what I'd like you to do is in the comments of this video, or in the comments of the article that I'm updating constantly, let me know the tests you want to see. Not only do I, you know, when we're talking about benchmarks, because again, I'm already going down to the media are going to be utilized, more on that in a moment. But on top of that, when I'm running these tests, what form do you want these to take? Because one, I could do one massive hour-and-a-half, 2-hour video of all of the tests, all of it being timestamped. The issue is going to be that that video in production is going to take 1 to 2 weeks. Minimum. There's just me and Eddie here, and I largely do all of the YouTube stuff. So consequently, if you want that, that's going to take a long time. or I drop lots of videos as and when. So as soon as tests are completed, I put out mini videos. Again, that's going to take up a lot of the channel's time, and although that may help some of you guys that are following this project, it's not really fair on the other users that come to this channel for other things. So finding a balance between how all of these tests are going to be published is a battle in itself, and I'd be really interested to hear what you guys think in the comment for that. Now, when it comes to the storage media, I am going to be receiving that AMD unit that we've talked about thus far. Securing media is always tricky when it comes to these tests. A number of you have always talked in the past about when we test a lot of the NASs, or when we show these NASs, regarding the, how we test them in the configuration, and ultimately we are a small channel. There is just 2 of us here. I don't have racks of storage media, and a lot of the time when you see the NASs on the table on my videos, these are NASs that are populated with media with tests in progress. I only have a finite amount of storage media, and freeing up 4 to 5 M2 NVMEs in Gen 3 or Gen 4 for these systems alongside a rack of storage drives is a lot more to ask than you might think, because it means all of those are coming out of my test regimen. So I'm contacting a couple of brands that I know and a few reps to see if I can get some loaned media sent over to me to make sure I have the best storage media I can for these tests. But at the moment, as it stands, and again, we are talking weeks away from production, I'm going to be utilizing some Team Group 1 TB Gen 3 SSDs. I know they're not Gen 4, and I've got a bank of these that were already going to be utilized for some in-progress Aoostar flash door testing right now, and I'm going to be utilizing 10 TB WD Ultrastar drives in this system, fully populated there. So fingers crossed, I will be able to secure some other media for the testing, but otherwise, that's pretty much what you're going to be seeing in those banks of tests. With 10 GBE testing, I'll probably be taking advantage of Thunderbolt to 10 GBE adapters for this system, but hold out for greater than that, hopefully. But again, for these tests, I'm going to need you guys to tell me what you actually want, because unlike a lot of the reviews that I do here on the channel, a lot of the time you come to these videos because you're on the fence about a storage solution or you don't quite know what you need, and then I'll make a video about different things and then you go, that's for me or that's not. This is different because a lot of you watching this are already in the hole for as little as 300 nicker to thousands of pounds. This is going to be very much the other way around. So I need to know what you want to see. Do you want to see a completely separate initial video where I go through the hardware architecture of it, close looks at the chassis design and stuff like that, and then separate videos for the benchmark testing, separate video for the noise, separate video for the temperature, or one massive video which will take longer? Let me know what you think in the comments. But right now, it's been a very light month in terms of general updates in August on the Storaxa project. I will say, where is the Intel information there? A lot of Intel users that have gone classic Intel or the base level product, they're kind of missing out on a lot of these updates. And when it comes to the SD cards, I think that for such a small thing is going to be really rattling a lot of people's cages. So if you are someone that hasn't received your SD card, let me know what the communication between you and Storaxa has been like. But I've got to say, unlike my other updates, this is going to be fairly salient because this is really only about one thing this month, and it is the ongoing saga between Storaxa, an ArrowTrack group, and Stripe, the people that are holding on to 50% of the funds. Now, if you are already a backer, you're going to know most of this, but I think it's really good to go over the salient points for everyone. And ultimately, it is that 50% of the funds, according to Storaxa, are still being held by Stripe. And as of update 27, they've recently done update 28 as well. That money was going to be held for a further 60 days. And again, we'll move on to the screen in just a moment. But I want you to stick around after this or to the end of the video about a special Zoom that I'm organising and stuff I'm working on. But for now, let's make our way over to the screen. So we're on to the laptop. Sorry about the noisy laptop there in the background. I'm going to kick out of OBS there. There is the Storaxa page, and we are now up to quite a staggering 7,325 comments. Now, I have updated my article on this more recently, taking in some of the details from date 27 and 28, talking a lot about those funds, the sort of numbers that Storaxa have been talking about there. And I did this around about 4 or 5 days ago, but I'll be straight with you. In the comment section, this chap here, and I apologise if I butcher the pronunciation of your name, Ruan or Rowan. Seriously, you have done quite a comprehensive breakdown of finance there and estimations. And again, I recommend anyone just to give that a quick run through, because it really does break down into a lot of the estimated numbers and a lot of the figures that a lot of people are talking about in terms of what's been going in, the updated builds, the storage media that was included, that sort of thing, and of course the potential damage that could go into a campaign like this if there was widespread refunds there. And again, one of the reasons I highlight this comment more than anything, because this was only about a day or so ago, was that a lot of users are kind of complaining about less information being thrown their way. Now, full credit to Storaxa here. They have been, I would argue, one of the most informative crowdfunding campaigns I've seen in a long time. We've got a video coming out very, very soon on the subject of Indiegogo, and we've already done a history of Kickstarter NASs, and of all of them, none of them have given this many updates in this amount of time. But when they go into a lot of their details there, they are talking about their back and forth with Stripe, and then the issues regarding PledgeBox and the amendment of certain orders resulted in triggering some presumable security settings within Stripe that made them sit on the money a bit longer. Now, I'm not defending Stripe here. I will say that clearly those safeguards exist, because if widespread refunds or at least a deduction of money from the account happens, then it kind of Stripe would be honour bound to at least have a system in place where they would at least cursorily look into it. The problem here, is I think a lot of people have been raising, is that Stripe are holding on to the funds, but there doesn't, at least publicly visibly, seem to be a lot of interrogation into why they happen, and therefore seeing if there are exceptions to those rules. And a lot of this comes down to, when you go through a lot of these updates here, and again, you can find all of these published on Reddit and on details within the article I mentioned, is that a lot of the time it always feels like we're getting half of the story. It doesn't necessarily have to be only one side, but even when you go to some of the conversations people are having with Stripe via, social media like Twitter, I'm not going to call it X, a lot of it seems to be Stripe going, ultimately they can't engage too much with end users about this because their customer, their client, their point of liaison, if you will, is ArrowTrack. It is Storaxa there, and a lot of people would just like to have further updates on this. Now, it was raised in a few more recent comments as the Stripe issue continued and was highlighted in update 28. It does look like this full 60-day delay that's being caused by the money being held is, it's not going to be negligible. Hopefully that money, or at least in terms of the context of the project and everything we're talking about, that this gets resolved at that 60-day mark at the very least. But I would say that right now that it's moving on to other question marks around that money going towards suppliers, going towards the raw materials that are being sourced for this project. And that's something that Storaxa themselves do talk about a great deal in their update 28, where they're talking about how they're renegotiating with some of their suppliers and some of the production facilities that they've been working with, where the Storaxa individual units, all their different configurations, would have been rolled out. We'll get onto the subject of the review unit just in a moment. But another thing I will highlight is to do with information during this process, because a lot of users, and it started to be a little more recurrent since update 28, and that is to do with if nothing's really moving forward with regard to the project. Storaxa did say they have a unit, they have got some hardware setups there, they've run a few tests. It would be nice during this period to see further information and at least further background development. We appreciate that it is a large team, or a relatively large team to a Kickstarter, and this team, they've got lives, they need jobs, they need income, and therefore chances are they may need to put certain or substantial amounts of the Storaxa production into a kind of hiatus until the rest of the finance is opened up within the context of what we know. But that still doesn't mean we can't get a little bit more information about the product and the project in that interim place. And again, going through the comments, there's a lot of information there making comparative arguments against other campaigns that have suffered similar, fates to this because of Stripe holding on to funds. Now, going on to my point here, I was mentioning about the review sample. Again, the review sample we're going to receive from Storaxa appears to be delayed as well. And totally cool with that. You should be cool with that as well. Ultimately, you know, we don't want to receive a unit here, myself and Eddie at NAS Compares, that is not representative of what the finished product could be, and therefore supplying a unit that may not even be similar to the finished product, that's no good to anyone. So I completely understand why they didn't send that unit. We will wait for as long as it takes. But in the background, I have been in communication with Storaxa, talking a lot more about the project and talking a little bit more about things we can do in the next 30 to 60 days during the course of this money being held. Now, it still hasn't been concluded yet, but the long and short of that, and I'm sure you've just read that on screen, I have virtually no updates versus our previous video, which came out, I think, just over a month ago at the September video there. And Storaxa hasn't really rolled out any updates on the ongoing Stripe situation that they described in previous correspondence in their previous, I believe, update 27 and 28. Now, off the back of that, something I talked about at the tail end of that video, I wanted to arrange a couple of Zoom calls. One was a Zoom call that I wanted to arrange with Storaxa themselves to put forward questions from users in the community, and indeed my own questions about the product in the campaign, and I didn't really hear anything from them on that. Something we've discussed in the other videos and the comments here on the Storaxa pages. The other thing was to do a second Zoom. That second Zoom talking to other backers, talking about how they feel the campaign is going, ways in which the campaign could be improved, and their thoughts on the campaign for the future, the good, the bad, and more. And that is what today's video is. Today's video is the recording of that Zoom call. I've just come off straight off the back of the Zoom call. Right now, went on for about an hour and a bit, and what you're seeing is pretty much the entire thing. I've clipped a little bit at the beginning, a little bit off the end there, but it's pretty much the whole thing unedited. I will say straight away, it is a Zoom call in the traditional sense with all the boxes there on screen. I've not tried to do any superimposing. You're going to see the odd right click and mute, unmute. It's all going to be in there unfettered in its original state there. So again, it's a long old video, but if you are back in this campaign, or you are someone who didn't back it, or just wondering how the campaign is going with as far as the backers are concerned, that is what this discussion represents. Again, you'll find out more about it. There should be a link in the description to kind of the overall terms of it. I'm going to put my phone over there. Sorry, I've only just turned everything else on after the Zoom. And the last thing I will add is that as far as the Storaxa campaign goes as it stands, we haven't really heard from Storaxa since the previous video, bar one message that appeared on the Storaxa comment section 7 hours prior to this recording. We shared links to this Zoom session that just concluded on the Storaxa comment section for the better part, I believe, of 7 to 10 days. I might be wrong. And they did post an update on there stating that, dear backers, due to the challenges we experienced, we've also had to deal with a change in personnel, and communications did not continue as we promised. We apologise for this inconvenience. Procurement, development and preparation for production have continued. The scheduled update will be posted on October 30th. Thank you for your understanding and patience. And as you might expect, after that period of silence, there has been mixed responses to that, and you'll hear a lot of the thoughts of some of those backers and more, as well as my own perspective. I'll be straight with you in this video. So without further ado, let's skip ahead straight into the Zoom. And once again, do bear in mind it is a Zoom call. There should be chapters at the bottom, but it's very hard to chapterize when this is about a whole overarching narrative. So watch it and let me know what you guys think in the comments, whether you're a backer or not. But apart from that, I won't put a tail end on this video. Have yourselves a great week and enjoy the rest of the video. On to the Zoom. So real quick, the aim of this Zoom, as I've mentioned in the comments of that Storaxa Kickstarter group, thanks for joining us, buddy. You haven't missed anything, we're just starting. The aim of this Zoom is just for people to talk about the project, how they think it's going, the project for the future. This is not any kind of Zoom that's designed for people to have a big argument. It's not designed to attack Storaxa or other users. It's just to discuss the campaign itself, because there are some users that are going to be watching this Zoom either here or when this is an edited form on YouTube that are going to wonder, you know, is this thing going well or not? And there's going to be lots of back and forth on this. Now, again, I have invited Storaxa to Zooms previously. I've mentioned that. They haven't replied. They are well aware of this Zoom. There's every possibility that someone watching this could be from Storaxa. If you are there, hello, Storaxa. Lots of people joining here. So on top of that, with this Zoom, this will be recorded. It's being recorded in Zoom. I might just give myself a quick spotlight there because I'm arrogant and it's just easier because we're slowly getting more people coming in. Again, do yourselves a favour, very quickly, check your usernames, check your cameras, because this will be recorded and used. And if you don't want your face to appear on camera, or you know, your username might give away your email address or anything like that, just double check that your setup doesn't give anything away that you don't want to be given away in both the recording and live. On top of that, the structure of this Zoom is going to be nice and simple. We've got this long, boring intro here. We're going to try to keep this recording in about an hour, if possible, but let's be realistic, that probably won't happen. And what I want you to do, if you're not familiar with Zoom, along the bottom you will see a raise hand icon. So if you're using a mobile phone, touch the screen, some of the items will appear, look for the 3 dots, and that raise hand icon means that you wish to speak. And what we'll do is, as people wish to speak and discuss the Storaxa project, thoughts, future, past, whatever, I'll bring you onto the spotlight side by side and we can discuss it further. Apart from that, don't use this as a platform to attack other users. This isn't some kind of echo chamber of nightmares, and if you are, if you make a lot of noise in the background, if you are seen to be abusing other people, Eddie, my Zoom sniper up there, will have to remove you to the waiting room or remove you from the Zoom. But apart from that, if you're not already aware, because again, this is a campaign that's got 5,900 or so backers, you know, let's be realistic, that's a lot of people. I've been covering Storaxa on our YouTube channel and our blog site for the better part of, I believe, 8 to 9 months. We've been doing this because when we initially heard about the campaign from a lot of our subscribers and followers, they kind of asked our opinion on the project, and we did a very casual look at it at the beginning, going, oh, this looks like a really cool idea. So I got in contact with them and asked them when they reach further to development, it would be great to review their product. Whereupon after that, on further investigation of kind of the breakdown of the pricing, myself and Eddie kind of had disagreements internally, myself and Eddie up there on the Zoom, about whether it was even possible on that price point. Notwithstanding making the product in that price point, but a full distribution to 100%, factoring in logistics, factoring in all the elements that goes into a large production line. And from that is where this has been born, because after that there were users that were for and against what we were saying, so we committed ourselves by backing the project so we could continue to cover it for the channel, and therefore make a video every single month updating this project. Ultimately, with the goal, hopefully, of either showing this off as a success story in crowdfunding in this kind of tech arena of server storage for others to either use as a reference for backing or for their own project, alternatively to utilize it as a warning in case things didn't work out and people can stay more abreast than they were in the future. And that's really it. That's myself and Eddie's background in Storaxa and why we've been covering it up to this point. So if you did miss it at the beginning, because I know people are joining bit by bit, and this is a long speech, isn't it? If you do wish to speak, click the hands up gesture now, and what I'll do is I'll filter in and bring you into the chat. If you don't want to say anything, I completely understand. That will make this Zoom last about 9 seconds long.
Robert, I think most of us are here just to try to get some sort of update because of the lack of updates coming in from Storaxa, just to see if anybody knows anything, what's going on. I mean, it's an interesting project, definitely. That's why I got into it. But at this point, it's radio silence from the Storaxa guys, and everybody's wondering what's going on.
Again,
so
I understand where you're coming. Unfortunately, I only know as much as yourselves. As I said on Storaxa comment section there several times, I would love to be able to give people some extra knowledge. I mean, most of the videos that we've produced on NAS Compares, we've shown off our entire correspondence between ourselves and Storaxa, and, you know, fair to say it's been very one-sided for the most part. We don't know any more than yourselves, and there was an update. I don't know if all of you caught that. There was, I say an update, I'll take that back. That's a complete erroneous statement there. The Storaxa group made a comment approximately 5 hours ago. Dear backers, due to the challenges we're experiencing, we've also had to deal with a change in personnel and communications. Did not continue like we promised. We apologise for this inconvenience. Procurement, development and preparation for production have continued. The scheduled update will be posted on October 30th or October 30. Thank you for understanding and patience. Again, some might argue a little late. I think that's a slightly polite way to put it.
No, I'll take that as an update. I'll take that as an update. I'll take that as a very welcome update. I mean, you know, radio silence is bad, really, really bad in a project like this. And And any kind of update saying, hey, we don't have the right person to send you an update is good enough for me. At least we know they haven't deserted us, and we're not just holding on to a pipe dream here.
I mean, again, one of the things I'm going to do is try my best to remove, I'm going to go back to the large scale screen. One of the things I'm going to try to do is try and put any kind of my own personal feelings or thoughts on stuff, because that road leads to suggestion. Oh, we'll pop you on just a second. Here we go. We got some hands. Let's move over to somewhere right there. We go. Fire away, Gene. Is that Gene or Jean? I apologise. Fire away.
Yeah, Jim. Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank you, you and Eddie, because you decide to be more involved in this project. I know, and I hope everybody knows that this meeting won't change anything with the Storaxa, because you have nothing to do with the team, but that helped us very much. And totally agree with Barry, with the comments of Barry, because the only contact we have with the Storaxa is the platform, the Kickstarter platform, and the comments they can provide every week or every month will ease the process. And I mean, maybe they have a lot of problems and they can accomplish with the plan, but if they will post comments every week, I think it's going to be easier for everyone. I think that is, I know, a micro advance post that will help to keep in at least with the hope to finish this project. Thank you, everyone.
Well, I was going to say, absolutely. One of the kind of barriers of that, I think, when you look at the comments, which, by the way, have really spiraled out of control. I'm seeing a number, 7,754 comments, which is insane. And that doesn't include some of the sub-breakouts from that. There is, of course, the option to report on the main page on the Storaxa pages. And I think a lot of people are slightly hesitant to use that because it seems like a very nuclear destruction option. But still, I think you're right. Communication on there, even, as you say, an arbitrary sentence a week. It doesn't have to be images, it doesn't have to be much. And I think that would reassure a lot of users on this project. But cool, all I'm doing is reiterating stuff you've already said. Anyone else I'd like to talk?
Can I?
Oh, fire away, Miguel.
Just to complement what Gene said, yeah, I agree that just by posting a comment, even if it's like 3-4 lines, I think it's enough for each week, just to say like, we are here, we are still doing our stuff. We don't have a full update for everyone, but we are here. And if you say something, we are listening for you, and just that is enough for everyone, for the haters, let's say, that are saying that this is a scam or something like that. But that will be enough to ease some minds.
Okay. Sorry, I interrupted you there. It broke out for a second. I apologize.
It's okay. And probably being the Kickstarter, the only way to communicate with them and with the rest of the community that come for the Storax NAS solution, I think creating, for example, a Discord or something like that will probably be easier. It could have a lot of noise from everyone that will say the same thing, like asking for a refund or that this is a scam. That's normal, and I think it's okay. But having a direct communication with the Storax and the rest of the community will be great for us to build a better and healthy community for this product.
I mean, the dynamicism of something like that would be so much more preferable than what is there. And I just think there's a lot of users that they ask very simple questions, and because they're not getting answered, then you will start thinking of, well, why aren't they answering? And now whether that is good or bad, because, it is good to think about these things. That I think one of the biggest barriers I've seen, even preparing this Zoom, was just how hard it is to maintain communication when only 25 comments arrive at a time. And it descends into madness, and it makes every slight or every small pause 50 times larger. Anyway, over to you. Cheers for that. Over to you, Satish. Satish, I apologise if I butchered the pronunciation of your name.
No, that's correct. Thanks for the opportunity. So, The one thing, I mean, like, I was surprised to see the comment from the Storaxa because 5 hours back, when I was looking into the comments, I didn't find any thing there from the last update. And the only reason I'm thinking Storaxa have commented is like because they're waiting for the funds from the payment gateway, and they are trying to just make sure, like, I'm not sure, is it because of this Zoom meeting or maybe for a different reason? They're just trying to say that we are alive and we are here to listen your concerns and all. But my assumption or my thinking is like they are just trying to stay for around like November 8th. Maybe we need to mainly know what happens after the November 8th, after the funds are uh, released. Yeah.
I mean, again, I think we would all have to agree that it's weirdly close to this Zoom meeting, which again, although not official, has clearly been raised on there. The very idea that this Zoom happened at a few hours before this, and there's a comment, it's not an update, there's been no comments in between. Not to load any comments, it does seem rather close. But okay, then shall we move over to Francesco? Again, solid 10 out of 10 name. Are you able to unmute yourself, Francesco?
Did you hear me?
Yep, I 100% can. Far away.
The thing I want to say is that I think the problem is how you conduct business with your potential or future customer, because Kickstarter is not a shop, but you have to take into account how to you manage a situation like that, because established brands have teach us to have fear to communicate with the customer unless you have a satisfying answer, and that's the real problem. In a Kickstarter situation, the normal practice that you apply when you are a multi-billion-dollar company does not go well with a lot of people that have put faith in you and allow you to bring a project to the market.
I mean, again, I was going to say, oh, go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Is a issue of understanding your situation in relationship with your baker that is not the same that a big company with the usual customer. The situation is different and this requires different approaches to different matter.
Oh no, I completely agree. And I think one of the more consistent comments that appeared on the Kickstarter's, in the Storaxa Kickstarter's comment section as my cat enters the room. Sorry about that. If you hear a jingle noise, I don't wear a collar. But one of the things that I hear time and time again on there is a lot of people saying, look, this is Kickstarter, this is crowdfunding, this is the status quo. And to a point, that is correct. When you are backing Kickstarter, you are backing an idea, and that does hold fruit to a point. But it's not unlike, and I know this is a very painful simile, but if you go to a casino and you're betting and you're starting to lose a lot of money, you can walk away. And with Storaxa, there's a lot of users that feel like they can't walk away from the table, or that they have no option to walk away from the table, or that they have no choice. And that feeling of isolation in terms of what's going on, I think only exacerbates things. And again, it just circles back to what we said before about communication being absolutely essential. But no, you're right. I think the attitude of going towards crowdfunding is going to be pretty important. But far away, Saif, I'm just banging on there and repeating what the other guy said. Far away. Cheers for that, Francesco. Over to you, Saif.
Yeah, I just want to say, again, I'm by no means am a newbie to the internet, and I've seen Kickstarter from back in the day when Kickstarter actually, the whole crowdfunding thing actually started. I'm a veteran of the internet, but I'm an idiot as well. And I didn't exactly know that when you buy something on Kickstarter, you're not necessarily going to get it at the end of the day. I do realize that today. Maybe Kickstarter needs to do, I don't know, a better job at educating their customers or patrons that, hey, I know they have a disclaimer, that one-line disclaimer at the bottom saying it doesn't mean that you're going to get it. But I don't know, maybe I'm just an idiot, or maybe there are other people like me. Maybe they need to do a better job.
No, I was going to say, I would go as far as to say, I don't think it's that black and white. I think it's a case of with crowdfunding, there is this idea that it's like, right, you're backing it, you might not get the product, but there is something about the advertisement of the safeguards in the middle. And again, I mentioned earlier on about the idea to report a project. Now, stuff like that, if a project is not going the way you think it is, or you think it's not being delivered in the way that has been promised, you can report. And several users have already done that in the comments, and you can scroll down that massive comment chain and find users that have reported it to Kickstarter. And there's a boilerplate copy and paste reply you get, but then obviously little things chip away, and it's I've seen, again, those that have followed in preparation for a lot of this series and for following a lot of other crowdfunding NASs in the last 12 months or so, myself and Eddie, we've done a lot of research on other crowdfunding campaigns that have done well and not done well, and consistently the thing that always seems to turn things around, good or bad, or at least outs the truth, is when large scale kind of questions are raised. I'm not going to say this is the reason for that, Zoom, because this is trying desperately and failing sometimes to maintain an editorial stance. But I don't think it's, I think a lot of you, I think Kickstarter could stand to be a lot louder about it, but it's more about their safeguards, I think, about how people, the thing with Stripe, there we go. Let's talk about Stripe for a moment there, because that was always going to come up in this discussion. And again, we have to be completely neutral about this. So on the one hand, the idea of having Stripe holding the money in between the collection of money for a crowdfunding campaign and the eventual handing over is, objectively from the outside, a very smart idea. It stops crowdfunding from immediately getting the money and buggering off to Spain. But, and nothing against Spain, lovely, it's raining here. But when it comes to a lot of that payment provider stuff at the moment, it felt more recently, and again, I can only speak from what I see, that everything we know about what's going on with Stripe and the money being held, there seems to be gaps in my coverage and what's going on with the Stripe stuff. And that was one of the other things I want to talk about today, when we've seen some people reach out to Stripe. I don't know if anyone here reached out to Stripe, reached out to them, and of course Stripe are going to be very protective about it, customer to customer confidentiality and such. But there is just this vibe. If Storaxa are holding the funds, why? If Stripe are holding the funds, why? Because at best we know is it was the PledgeBox and money going back and forth. But this is still only, we're hearing from short updates from Storaxa themselves. Ed's raising a hand. Do you know what, Eddie? If you want to take yourself off mic, welcome to the channel, off mute. What have you got to say, Ed? Fire away, man.
There's a question from Vitali in the chat. There's this chat on the side. He's saying that Stripe is not blocking funds with no reason. Only if there is a potential threat, like a scam alert, then they will be blocking or holding that amount of money. Also, he's asking or saying that his vision, he thinks that what's going to happen is they will deliver 10 to 20 units, and then all that project will fall apart. So it will look like they tried. And his question is there any alternative he can find on AliExpress?
What, for this product? Not really. So again, I don't really want to use this Zoom to highlight alternative products, because that's not really the end goal of this Zoom. It's predominantly just to cover this generally. I would say, the whole rocking out 10 to 20 units. One thing you can say about certain business models, you look at it raising, 1.9 mil at the beginning and then going up to 3.4 with all of the extras. Clearly there is demand for a product there, and sometimes that demand's enough for people to go, well, do you know what, let's make this happen. Not everything has to be a scam. Sometimes it's people just failing. I hope it doesn't go down the whole rock 10, 20 units out the door and then run off into the sun. I sincerely hope that's not the place. And I'm just going to get rid of this cat. But 1 second, Francesco, do you want to take yourself off Zoom? If you've got a follow-up question, we'll get over to you in a second, Johannes.
No, I want to comment on the last thing you said. I think it was interesting. The fact that there is a report project button is in itself kind of a problem, because the impression with Kickstarter or even Indiegogo is that Kickstarter is not really invested in the success of the project, because once they collect the money, their job is done, and they have nothing really to do with project success or not success, because maybe I am getting the wrong impression, but at the end of the day, Kickstarter pick up the money really in advance, and the baker are the one hanging up to the hope. I think that situation is can be can be treated more fairly if you not take responsibility, but monitor the various
campaigns, yeah.
projects to give update, and not to leave the backer hanging in the void.
I mean, I would.
To have not responsibility to give me the product because I took a risk personally, but to have the responsibility to ensure the communication arrive, and I know that the product will never arrive or will arrive late.
I mean,
At least that I think you owe me this.
But I was going to say, I mean, in a fashion, of course, they are invested because they do. Kickstarter does take a percentage of the money that is garnered for the platform. But I understand the point you're making, absolutely, and in the broader sense, it is completely true. But it's just they are financially viable from it, and it's kind of in their interest to get people coming back. But again, how much intervention or how much they'll actually go into something like this, if there is something deemed to be a concern, who's to say? Unfortunately, it's all in-house. But cheers for that. Johannes, over to you. If you want to, you're already off mute. Nice. Go ahead.
Yes, hello, Johannes from Sweden.
Oh, fantastic country, recommended.
Yes, I think the Kickstarter must have some responsible for this, because it's their platform and they earn 5% of the total amount of the money, and it's very much money that's on stake here. Let's be honest about that. I just wonder, does Stripe protect our money for a scam? Is it a protection for us as a customer?
Well, from my understanding, from the research I did a couple of videos ago, the reason the money is held in Stripe is mainly as a safeguard measure. The money has to be held for a given period of time. When they looked at the high volume and the relative, I'm not going to say newness, but when an organisation does a crowdfunding campaign, if the money really goes out of control, they're kind of, right, we'll give you some of it now, some of it later, as a kind of proof of product or proof of prototype, I believe. But in this case, because of, again, I'm basing all of this on what Storaxa have said in their updates, so we have to take them at the word on that when they had a lot of issues with PledgeBox and refunds and money going back and forth, it must have triggered some kind of internal mechanism that basically went, why are people refunding a lot? Let's hold on to the money a little bit longer. And that's what Storaxa was saying in their updates there. But the idea that their Stripe hold on to that money, there's always going to be people that are going to be happy and unhappy about it. Because, we could go to both extremes here. We could go for the positive extreme, which is money gets freed up in a month or whatever it is. Then the project happens, and then later on, people can just go, oh, I've got my cool new Storaxa. I had to wait 60 extra days. Damn you, Stripe. But I've got my product in 60 extra days, and they can get angry at Stripe going, oh, you're earning interest off that. We hate you. Now, the extreme at the other end, of course, is that they hold on to the money, and then after 30 days, that money is released, and then the silence becomes deafening. And it's, I genuinely, personally believe that having Stripe in the middle is a good thing. How it is managed, and the safeguards and those alert triggers, and having everything what appears to be automated based on everything we've been told, again, remember that, I don't like that. I like that Stripe and there is a middle manager holding the money that is deviated out as a safeguard. I personally do like that, but I don't like if there are automated safeguards that are being triggered that can't be manually reviewed. But who knows? I'm not too sure. Over to you, Saif. Saif, I apologize. I'm really butchering names today.
Yeah, it's safe. Call it as a not dangerous.
Man,
I'm a safe guy.
I'm going to say my name's Robert Andrews. It's the dullest, beigest name in the world. Anyone try to get this name wrong. It's the dullest thing in the world. Thanks, Mum and Dad. Sorry, over to you.
All right, I want to get this in. By no means I think that this project is a scam. I think it's a bunch of kids. They come up with a brilliant idea, and they thought they could do it. Having absolutely zero experience in building a business around anything, right? So they came up with this idea, put it on Kickstarter, and it went wild. They got all this money, and all sorts of safeguards kicked in. Now I'm thinking, if this project fails, it hurts everybody. It hurts the customers, us. It hurts sorry, not Xero, but Arrow. As the Storaxa guys, it hurts Kickstarter as another failed project, massive project that failed. Stripe always getting a bad rep for holding the money. I think if a project accumulates a certain amount of interest, a certain amount of money, certain amount of pledges, some sort of success manager should kick in. Management should kick in from Kickstarters, guys. We want projects to succeed, okay? And we're gonna hold your hand because you came up with a brilliant idea. A lot of people seem to like it. We're gonna provide some guidance around this. We're making money off of you, right? They're earning a commission. We're gonna provide certain services, and we're gonna make sure that this project goes all the way. I think that's something that kind of safeguard should come up, because I've heard in the past, all through these discussions, reference to other projects where Stripe held the money, and because they held the money for such a long time, everything ran out of steam and the project died. I would hate for this to see it. By no means I think this is a scam. It's just a bunch of guys in over their heads, not really sure how to get this through. And all of these the existing safeguards that Stripe has put in, or Kickstarter's not seems to be doing nothing here, but it's just it looks like it's a downward spiral where they're holding the money, and the Kickstarter guys are having problems with their suppliers, and I hope it just doesn't die out, really.
I mean, that's a cool idea about the whole safeguarding idea, largely because then that would kind of be a regimented system with which an existing Kickstarter would have to adhere to continue the project and get the funding, and at least it would be a safeguard for the funds. I mean, again, it would be lovely to be able to reach out to Storaxa directly for that sort of stuff. I mean, fingers crossed. Hopefully we won't do another one of these in 6 months with a slightly dour tone. Fingers crossed. Over to Fabian, far away.
Hey, hi. I'm from Canada, far away.
Everyone's got lovely countries, Eddie. They're all in lovely countries, Eddie. Why are we not in a lovely... It's wet out there. Sorry, Canada, far away, Fabian.
Well, you know what? It's raining here as well.
No, but it's Canadian. It probably tastes of maple syrup and it's lovely. Ours tastes of racism and Tories. He said angrily, breathe.
Right.
Far away, Fabian.
Said, I feel exactly like you. Same thing. I feel that... Kickstarter, they should have a role. I mean, their 5% commission shouldn't be only to take money from one point to another. I mean, they should be somehow proactive in the projects. So that's one point. Second point, we most likely all have paid with our credit card somehow through Stripe. And I think I do, and perhaps most other people, credit cards as well. I mean, we do have some form of protection against all sorts of issues with suppliers. So I haven't tried, but I think I could go to my Visa card and ask for a refund or a reversal of the transaction.
I mean, again,
so that's going
to be everyone's kind of position, and some people won't have used credit card, but I understand exactly what you're saying. I mean, again, I've said this previously in the video, and by the way, this is by no means a call to action. If you are unhappy with a crowdfunding project, and I've said this about a recent Indiegogo project, a video that I'm working on. If you're unhappy with a project, I mean, obviously reaching out to the creators should be number one, because obviously then it gives them the right of reply, and then you can get some direct point-to-point communication. But secondly, that all of these services, again, including Kickstarter, have right there at the bottom of the main page will have report this. Now, reporting it doesn't immediately kill the campaign. It doesn't. But it urges Kickstarter to get involved. Now, again, there are 5,900 people behind this. So the odd person doing it, as we've seen, wouldn't make Storaxa have to Kickstarter step in and go, what's going on over there? But it's one of those things where if a lot of people were concerned, that is one way to do it. But again, a lot of people will probably have already done that. And I'm just worried that people that immediately go to a credit card refund are doing so probably more reactively because they're like, no, I want out. And, you know, it's welcome. There's a reason they paid with credit card for that relative sense of safety. But for the people in the middle, there are a few middle ground ways in which they can at least raise concerns. Unfortunately, this video isn't one of those ways. But no, cheers for that. Over the, again, I'm going to do terrible with names today. João, I apologise.
From Portugal, don't worry.
Perfect. Far away.
It's actually João. I agree with Saif, actually. I think there are perhaps a bunch of kids that try to do their best and are not, actually not being able to achieve what they wanted. To be honest, I think they have a huge opportunity to actually create some disruption in this NAS world, where we see that there's a lot of big players that usually they stuck and have huge margins. So I would say that eventually in the end, if they manage to achieve it, they can actually build a good brand. So I'm hoping, and I put some money there, of course, but I truly hope they succeed, even for creation to create the disruption that I'm talking about. I think that will be very useful, at least to stir up the market and making sure that we always get a best option and not only the crap that we get from QNAP and so on, or we have to pay.
Or the over 10 times price when you have to pay for the software on top. I was going to say, circling back to something that was mentioned earlier on about safeguards, again, Safe was mentioning. It's like kind of when you go to eBay. eBay, if you sell anything on eBay, obviously, or if you buy something on eBay, eBay gets, you know, cha-ching out of whatever that, but they're far more committed to that purchase afterwards. It's kind of a shame that Kickstarter doesn't have a similar kind of commitment to what they're getting for that 5%. But no, perfect. I'm over to you, Miguel.
Yeah. I'm probably in the same country as João from Portugal. Yeah, I believe that eBay, for example, or Amazon, they are kind of different as Kickstarter, because if you see Kickstarter, he has projects from technology, hardware, software, he has games, he has a lot of things, and they could try to have a better process to, like, okay, you can create a campaign, but if it's something from a physic object, then you need to have some kind of pre-agreement with some companies that will produce that, and say, okay, so this is a rough estimate of what will be done and what will be cost, and it's already started, or at least they already have something to show Kickstarter that this is not a scam, and this is something that, even if it's a scam, because everyone can go, okay, I have the money, I will just not produce these products and keep the money, but they could have something like that and show the end user that they already have that information, and if they have something, they can I don't know, like go talk to the company or contact the company or something like that will produce that and have that information. That's something that we are seeing in this campaign, because from one of the early updates, they said that they know the company, it was around where they live, and it was cheaper for them because they know the people there. So this was why they were getting the product so cheap for the campaign. And that's something that's okay. I believe that it's locally for them, so they can add that.
But yeah, so
go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say, circling back to something you said there. Kickstarter, I believe by its T&C, you have to show a prototype. You have to show plans. It's not like Indiegogo, which has, and I've mentioned this online as well, frankly, very questionable stances on crowdfunding with flexible goals. And you can, submit a plan on the back of a napkin if you wish on Indiegogo. Kickstarter does have a little bit more rigidity to what you have to supply. But unfortunately, a lot of the time when Kickstarters do start up and they don't provide that level of information, it comes down to backers and users to tell Kickstarter, like, yeah, this is a Mickey Mouse level product, this is nothing. And unfortunately, sometimes Kickstarter isn't aware. And again, that's not me defending them, but they do have a few of the elements you just described there in place, but their alert system for it is still seemingly on us that we're supposed to tell them a lot of the time.
Yeah, but if the campaign ends and they are successful, they'll just keep the money and they will not get our money back. And this isn't the job for Kickstarter, but it will probably be a middleman that will keep the money and will be a middleman between the campaign and the Kickstarter and the rest. Okay, I have your money, and you'll be released like a bank. For example, if you build a house and you get the credit from the bank, they will release funds by tranches, right? So if you get 10% done, you will receive 10% or something like that. This will probably be something for a middle company to handle that, but that will also mean a lot of job for that company to have all the communications and all of that in the middle. But
I would largely agree with you if the sum that had been raised was between 10 or 50,000. There would be ways for the middle manager, in this case Stripe, to hold on to those funds. But we're talking about millions of dollars. It would be, I think, even they would find it legally slightly dicey to hold on to that Stripe in the middle, if you know what I mean. But I do see your point you're making. Sorry, I'm just going to move on to Sahif very, very quickly. Fire away, buddy.
Yeah, so I just want to build on what Fabian and the rest of the guys are talking about here. I'm from Saudi Arabia. I purchase using my credit card, but the credit card purchase protections aren't that strong as they are in other countries. For example, I cannot claim this as a fraud. My bank's going to say, hey, you willingly paid for this service knowing that you may not get the product. So this is not considered a scam or a fraud. So we're not going to entertain this request for a chargeback or anything. So credit card protection can vary from country to country. Secondly, I think, the last gentleman who was making comment on this as a middleman, I think maybe some sort of insurance scheme could come in where the money that we pay to Kickstarter, a premium is paid to an insurance company that can, in case a project fails, maybe reimburse a percentage to the investors. Along those lines, maybe that's an idea that could be looked into.
I mean, again,
just wanted to add.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, again, this makes me want to make a separate video about Kickstarter. But unfortunately, there are way better YouTube channels than me that could call Kickstarter out now. I'm just going to quickly check the chat. Is there anything coming through, Eddie? Or questions on there? Let's have a look. Oh, we've got a lot to read there. I don't think you guys want to watch me read. That sounds rubbish, right? That's like the worst audiobook in the universe. But
go for it, man.
But I was going to say, what we got there in the comment, my personal approach to Kickstarter is to assume that every project is either a straight-up intended scam from the start, with creators squeezing out as much as possible before running, to a genuine product requiring funds to get things going, but may fail due to oversight or overcomplications. 3, already established companies running crowdfunding to praise capital. Again, we'll talk about one of them later on. Instead of digging into existing funds and mitigate risk. With the exception of 3, where the company would have more or less established by that point, there's no way to know for sure between 1 and 2. Of course, there's ways to gain more information, such as digging up personal and professional history, etc. By the way, when people did that in the comments, that was weird. But nothing is guaranteed. As such, any purchases made for a Kickstarter should always be risk-benefit assessed. Are the potential gains from a successful project, including the potential delays, worth the risk? Failed project, lost funds, etc. Not protecting Storaxa, have my own money in it, and hopefully definitely hope it succeeds. Fair play, man. I mean, again, that's very articulately put, and I think that summarises what a lot of people think about this. I mean, at the moment, I wasn't really going to, originally, this wasn't even going to come up in the Zoom, but I'm assuming everyone here has seen the comment from Storaxa a few hours ago. I sort of touched on this in the preamble for the video. I'm assuming everyone's seen it. If you haven't, head over to the Kickstarter page now. It's right there at the top. And I just want to, basically, I want to gauge how everyone's feeling about that comment. Me personally, I don't feel any different than I did when I woke up this morning before I read it. I mean, again, positivity, negativity wise, how do we feel about that comment?
I know they are there still.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. That at the very least, it presents that much information that they are there, which is good. But apart from that, I mean, what have we got? The update coming on the 30th there. I mean, at the moment, it's very hard to do a show of hands. That would be a little bit weird. But moving forward into the project and future updates, like, what would it take? Because I think a lot of people are in this Zoom because they're feeling like this is slightly... It's not... I'm not going to say things are bad, I'm not going to say things are good, but definitely people are feeling somewhere in the middle between the two of those. What would it take for users to feel like this is back on track? If I was to remove myself from my NAS Compare stance and look at this as a backer, I would want to see emails from Stripe. If you are watching this Storaxa and you're watching this either on YouTube or when I post this recording into the comments box for it to be scrolled later to be accessed remotely, I kind of want to see emails, but between yourselves and Stripe. I want to see a little bit more information about that. I kind of want an explanation about what have you been doing when not responding to these comments. I understand you probably have lives and jobs. I don't hold any ill will about them not appearing on a Zoom, as I mentioned in the previous video. Everything from being taken out of context to language barriers to anything like that. There are many, many reasons why a person would not want to appear on Zoom. I completely understand. But that's really what I would want to see. I would want to see more information about what they've been doing in this time, more information about the emails between Stripe, because we saw a very abridged version of that, and maybe even some of the agreements between some of these manufacturers for the components. I don't believe they are IP. We've got Eddie here. Eddie, over to you, buddy. Fire away.
SD is saying the best thing what they could do is actually send you this test unit. That could be a first sign of of progress.
I mean, I would say straight away, and it sounds weird, I disagree with that. And I know Eddie doesn't agree with me. This is one of the areas of contention that me and Eddie have. If they did send a prototype unit, we know that there is either a prototype unit or a unit that have been on camera. And as I've said to them on email, send the unit when it's ready. Sending a prototype unit and then we'd receive a prototype unit and then we'd play with it and go, yeah, this concept works. I don't think that would be enough given the kind of money that we're talking about here. Production is what I'd want to see, and then if they want to send a unit after production or during production, that's fine. But what again, removing myself from my NAS compare stance, what I want to see is proof of production and stuff happening. It doesn't have to be soldering irons and silicon paste under the fingernails, just something. Miguel, fire away.
Yeah, I agree with you. The prototype will be nice to see it working and to show the in-depth of the hardware, but I think having a better update with more information between like what's the status of each of the SQ motherboards and what's the status of the power delivery cable, or even the extras that we bought. So we have the SSDs and the HDDs and stuff like that, and the RAM.
That's a good point.
We don't know anything about that, and that will be something that we would like to know, even if the price stays the same. I think it's okay at this point. We probably just want the product, and when we bought it, it was a real nice deal, and it wouldn't be that different of a deal if we bought it today on most of the shops on our countries. But I think it's okay for the price to be the same, and even if we had to pay like some more money for the shipping, I wouldn't mind about that, because we'll get our product in the end, and it would still be cheaper than the ones on the market. So, and it will be good, at least from my perspective. It will be good to have that at the price that we bought it. So
I think
just a bit more of update in that.
I was going to say, you've actually reminded me of something else as well. This idea, and again, this I've mentioned at the beginning in the introduction to this, me and Eddie are really in this just to document. But that aside, I will say there are users that are heavily invested in storage media, SSDs, hard drives, upgraded NICs, that sort of thing. And these users, those are components, particularly the hard drives and SSDs, which are just there. Now, I get that a lot of what Storaxa was saying in their updates was they've not received the whole money and they've got to do down payments. And, by their updates, they are stating that money is kind of earmarked for those things. And therefore, they can't just go, look, here's a picture of 1 million squillion hard drives. Where do you want them sent? But there still should be invoices. There should be pro formas. There should be documentation of those credit reports and these credit agreements and that kind of stuff. And all of this, these are all just weird gaps where, and I know it seems like an oversimplification, that if you were running a crowdfunding campaign and you were trying to do it as legitimately as possible, you've got all of this evidence here that says we are doing our job and you're not showing it. And I can't think of enough sufficient negatives, with the exception of not wanting to reveal sources of where you're buying stuff cost effectively, not wanting to show the amounts perhaps, and stuff like that, not showing your sources for certain, you know, for proprietary IP reasons. But it just, that's something, and I've mentioned this repeatedly in the videos, I've never really got over, that there is a wealth of what would be classed as evidence sat over here, slightly out of shot and never shown. But again, that's me really failing to be neutral here. Over to you, Race.
Yes, sir. I'm here. I'm from Bahrain.
Beautiful country. Everyone's doing better than me and Eddie. Eddie, write that down.
Yeah.
They're all doing better than us. I'm livid. I've got a cat over there that's soggy and wet that's probably going to blow my computer up. I'm livid. Go ahead while I cry.
Yes. Actually, we were discussing many things. It's good, actually. Now, actually, I am coming to a different point. Like Stripe's Storaxa informed that they will be releasing the fund by the November end, I believe. That's what they mentioned, or October end. Do you think they're going to release with this dead silence? I don't think so. Stripe will be releasing the fund. Because Stripe is waiting for some response from the Storaxa. At least they are starting the production or something. Unless Stripe is not confident with the Storaxa's manufacturing, I don't think so they're going to release the fund. That is definitely sure.
See, I believe.
So, so I think waiting for the Stripe to release and Storaxa starting the manufacturing after that, I don't think so. It will not work. So Storaxa has to manage to find out some fund from somewhere else and start the production, or at least by the starting of the shipping, maybe the Stripe will release. I don't think so. Before that, we can expect Stripe will release the fund.
I think one of the main barriers, of course, is, again, this feels like we're hearing only half of a conversation on a lot of these things. And again, I'm failing miserably to be neutral. It's very hard for me to, when we're talking about Stripe and so much negativity being thrown at Stripe, and I'm not defending Stripe, but it always feels like Stripe is being used as a reason for the delay, which I get, but I don't think the Stripe thing equals no communication. These are two horses in a race, and I understand why, from what we've been told about the Stripe issue, why that would delay production, why it would delay sample units, why it would delay raw material. I completely understand, but that and the lack of communication, them Lego bricks don't brick together in my head, and I don't think it bricks together for a lot of users. Sorry, fire away, Johannes.
Yes, thank you. We are almost 6,000 backers, and we have pledged almost $2 million on this project. This must be a very big project on Kickstarter, or am I wrong here?
No, it's pretty good relative to the tech industry. I've done some checks. Other than video game stuff and particularly AI stuff, it's up there. And also, it's not 1.9 million; it's 3.4 million with the added add-ons that have been placed.
Yes, the add-ons.
So it's not a small sum of money we're talking about.
How much did you say?
I believe it's 3.4 million. I believe with all the additional add-ons. I believe.
Yes, that's very much money on stake.
And the thing is, there are I mean, to take me and Eddie as an example, and there are users that hear people, I'm not going to say the word complain in the comments, but I'm going to say there are people that express concern in the comments that are shouted down. And when that happens, there are users that may be in the position that me and Eddie are in, where we've gone, it's 200 quid and, you know, we're going to make videos on this every month and it's an ever-growing story. We're interested in it. And me and Eddie weighed up the pros and cons and we're like, do you know what? 200 nicker, let's do it. You know, and that's not a sensible way to go about spending money, but that is the way we did it. We're quite childish. But there are users out there who are, you know, in the hole for 1, 2, 2.5 grand. They make up a larger percentage of that, you know, 1.9 to 3.4 mil. And those are I think those are the users who are the most concerned in the comments, and why it's so depressing when you scroll through and then they'll make a comment and there'll be a few users that go, how dare you, don't you know this is crowdfunding, get out. And that solves nothing. It's so depressing.
Yes, because I think we are 19 persons here today and talk about this. I think, isn't it more interests by the backers?
Oh, there we go. Sorry, you just went quiet there. Everything went quiet my side for a second. I thought I'd lost all of you. Don't worry. Race, fire away. You there, Race? Can you hear me? If everyone else can hear me, right? Oh, nice, cool. I got very lonely there for a second. I was like, oh my God, the world has ended. I got very worried there for a sec. Far away. Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, like, so far the Storaxa communication is one way. They just post updates. After that, we ask something. There is no reply from their side. It's like one way only. So it's like that they're not listening to us. So we need something like they respond to our comments or something. It's like we want to be a two-way communication. Otherwise, whatever we're discussing, anything, it's no use. They once in a while they come, they post updates. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. But for in the last many previous updates they're posting, even if we ask something, there is no reply. It's like we just listen to them, that's all. But they're not hearing us. So is there anything what we can do to make it like two-way communication?
Again, so I mentioned before.
That will be good for Storaxa also.
Literally, the only thing I can recommend is to go down that route if you have concerns to use the report button, because it doesn't kill a project, but the more that happens, the more Kickstarter eventually, presumably they have AI processes that then get raised, and then Storaxa then gets contacted by theoretically they get contacted. And it isn't Kickstarter saying to Storaxa, "What are you doing? You're awful." It is Kickstarter kind of leaning in and going, "Buddy, could you maybe talk to your people?" But again, just to skip over to the chat section, we've got a comment there from, it was SD, I recall. I was scrolling down there. Someone was asking me about whether why don't I get in communication with Stripe? There's a few reasons for that. Number one, Stripe won't talk to some knobber who they've never heard of from YouTube that's just contacting them about it. But second and more importantly, I'm trying my best, and failing a lot, to cover this whole thing and not influence it. And unfortunately, it's nearly impossible to cover this without influence. It's very hard to talk about a subject without, if not inferring your opinion, then sometimes just flat out saying it. And for me to contact Stripe, whether it is I contact them to say, oh, go on, give them the money, or I contact Stripe to go, are they legit? Whichever way I would go down that path, I'm kind of influencing things because it would be public. So it's about finding a line between trying to cover this. Because remember, as I mentioned in the introduction, I know a lot of you weren't here for that. We mentioned in the introduction to this video, one of mine and Eddie, again, Ed Dunkers, hello Ed, our main motivation behind this is because this won't be the last crowdfunding server campaign, but it is the biggest there's ever been. And after this, it's going to be a question of if success or failure. There'll be other campaigns, other people launching campaigns, or people that are going to back. And that's the whole reason for us covering this. We want to show success or failure and document this all the way through. And it's just if I got involved and contacted Stripe for good or for bad, to push them or just to inquire, it would be influencing what's going on. And that's why I'm not contacting Stripe. I'm not even clicking the report button on the Kickstarter page, because that would once again infer involvement. It would infer influence. It's the same as that little button with the happy, sad, or neutral face. It's neutral all the way for me. A few of you, I believe a couple of you just joined. If you've got any questions, should remind you, just click the hands up button. Again, 3 dots on your phone, or if you're on a desktop like a normal person, keep it together, Rob, then just click the hands up button there. But yeah, Norman, you've just joined us there. Don't worry, you haven't got to go on mic. It's fine, unless you want to. Just to let you know, we've been perfectly nice. Everyone's just exchanging their thoughts and feelings. But have you got anything you'd like to add, or your thoughts? Because it may have been something that's been discussed. But if not, you don't have to. No, you're cool? You want to stay neutral? Oh, cool. So we can let Norman sort out his incredibly nice looking microphone. Oh, go ahead, buddy. So what, you've joined the Zoom here. Notwithstanding you probably came to this to see what people are thinking. But, what's your thoughts on the campaign thus far and for the future?
Yeah, I joined a little bit late because it's the time.
No, don't worry, man. Again, British summertime, Greenwich Mean Time. I've slagged off my own country several times in the Zoom while complimenting others. Don't worry.
It's a campaign over the whole world, so it's complex time management. I understand it. totally neutral to the campaign so far. Okay, they talked with us many times, so I'm not at the moment to say it's a scam, because many in the comment said it to us. Scammer normally stops conversation when the campaign on Kickstarter ended. Maybe one more update, or they find another scam on Indiegogo parallel, for example, and after that, normally they stop. So for me, the great risk is that they make too many promises, wishes. So yeah, it's a new Intel version, AMD version. Yeah, we can make this, we can do this. Okay, there are 4 people or 5 people, so maybe it's a little bit too big for 4 or 5 people.
Small team.
So and when they think the pressure go higher, they can and get in problems. Not so easy. The sound and the comments is not so happy at the moment, and yeah, they missed an update. Okay, it's not so good. Okay, I understand it, I accepted it, but for example, I have a bike helmet that's over a year too late. Normally last December I get my helmet, but now, okay, I hope it's delivered and this is a bigger company. So yeah, I hope the best, and for me it's okay. I baked it. I'm fine with the Kickstarter agreements, and yeah, I want the product because I want to replace something old in my house. So yeah, but I understand also people, they invest more and don't to be fine with the Kickstarter agreements, or for the first campaign maybe. So but yeah, but I'm not so deep into Stripe or PledgeBox things, refunds also. But yeah, at the moment,
I'll be straight with you, Norman. You've summarised the last 40 to 50 minutes of recording in just your one statement. What you've done is utterly invalidate me being here. Livid. One moment, I'll just pull you on just a second, Vitaly. Just a quick one to David Moody. I will post the text chat. What I'll do is I'll be sharing a link to the recording in the comment section of the Storaxa group, and also a slightly more refined version of this will go on the YouTube channel. Again, I mentioned it at the beginning. I know some of you have come later, but if you're not happy for your face to be on that, maybe get your camera turned off now, or double check your username does not have like your email address. I've done a few Zooms, and trust me, people do that. It is 2023, but people do that. Fire away, Vitaly. That's a solid name, by the way. 10 out of 10. Sorry, fire away.
Okay, because Storaxa mentioned you that you send you a test unit. Does it contact with you somehow, like email, or how it was?
I mean, I've mentioned it on the comments, but again, there's like a billion squillion comments, so obviously you didn't see it, which makes sense because you'd have to spend a day on there. But the initial message from them about the unit, again, I showed it in the video. So I think it's the second to last video. If you find it, I scroll through the mail page, but they didn't send a unit a little while afterwards. I think it was possibly 2 weeks. I'm not logged in on this system, but I think it was about 2 weeks. I sort of messaged them and went, oh, I've just noticed you've got this stripe issue. I understand if that's completely delayed the unit. You know, we don't want to have an unfinished product. The whole point of the benchmarking of the prototype. So it takes as long as it takes. And then a short while later, they got in contact to go, yep, this stripe thing is going to be a problem. The unit isn't ready. We'll send it to you later in the year. And that's the last thing I heard from them. And I've not chased them for the unit because I don't want them to send a unit that's not representative of, if not the finished product, then a working prototype. Because one, that might imply, well, we've got it, that we're going, yeah, this thing's going to be great, $3.4 million spent. But also that until they start getting production resolved and stuff like that, I think them sending a unit, us showing prototypes of it working, although it would at least show that the concept works, that does not represent fulfillment. So I've not chased them for the unit, and I'm not going to chase them for the unit. And if they do send one, that would be great, because it would be fantastic to put it through its paces, temp tests and more. But I'm rather more concerned with fulfillment at the moment, so I'm not going to chase them. And they've been no more communicative with me than they have with anyone else. I'm just going to, do you know what, during this Zoom, do you know what would be sensible to do? I want to check my email here, because they posted that update just before this Zoom. Let's see live if I've got an email from them. Hang on. Maybe we'll include this in the YouTube video. Not a bean. Carry on. Right. Did someone put their hand up there? Fire away. Ed Dunkers, UK. Fire away.
I was thinking.
Oh, I've muted you. Sorry. Sorry. I've muted you.
Unmute.
I apologise. That was my fault, and I'm really sorry.
Just a thought. Did Stripe release any sort of money towards Storaxa?
I believe it was an initial. I think the initial payment. I think it was either just shy. I haven't got the figures directly to hand. I think I updated my article if I bring that up on the side. But I think it was just shy of $1 million. I think it was 900,000.
Because I was thinking to myself, there's the only thing what they designed themselves, and it's Storaxa case itself. So I was thinking, if they have $1 million of dollars, they will need to run 2 production lines anyway. One to create this case on its own, and the other production line to put all these components together. So why don't they invest their first $1 million into actual production line for these cases? So if that project falls apart, at least you can call it John's Bow, Storaxa, whatever, and send the empty cases out and fill it up how you wish.
I mean, what I would say to that is, again, this is by no means a defence. I can only look at the evidence in front of me, and it's what they're trying to, by what they have said, they are committing to the fulfillment of this project, and that money was supposed to be used for down payments on credit agreements for all of the components, the boards, the CPUs, the PSUs, and they were saying in their updates that they had those agreements in place, and because the rest of that money was being held for an extended period of time by Stripe, it was not sufficient to cover all of the deposit, or indeed in some cases full payment towards the components to arrive to carry on production. So if they did take that, shy of $1 million, because I'm looking at the numbers here, they raised 1.6, PledgeBox 1 million, and then it showed, again, it's on the article, not to self-plug, it's all there. And Eddie, you're at NAS Compares, look at the website for God's sake. But I think if they did suddenly change course, if they went on there and said, look, we're having issues with Stripe, so we're just going to buy a million squillion cases. If they did that, I think that would cause more alarm by comparison. It's one thing they could do, and they did say they were looking at bridging loads. Again, I'm basing all this on those updates there, so let's be as neutral as we can. But yeah, I think the money they receive, they can't just spend it on something else when you've got a finance plan based on what they have said to put down payments on all those components, either in full or as deposits. But Vitaly, back to you, man. Oh, you're
first. Okay, first of all, we are have no proofs at all. At least some screenshots that Stripe blocked their funds. So we no proofs that they were unlocked or something happened with those funds. We just got some couple screenshots. Hey, your funds were blocked, and I told in the chat that I work with Stripe a lot, and the longest block what we had, it was 1 month from Stripe, and it was a really crappy organization for what Stripe holders those funds, but they were still unlocked. So it's for me, it's unreal that Stripe will hold those money for 3 months just for keeping them.
I mean, again, I know you came to the Zoom late and a few others, but earlier on we were discussing how, and I was talking about I was basically abandoning my neutrality for a period and saying how I would like to see invoices for some of those, pro formas, that sort of stuff, some of those credit agreements perhaps. But moreover, as you rightly point out, the stuff with Stripe, we have, 3 to 4 screen grabs of an email out of context. And it does, you're right, even if we were to ignore the period of time, which you're saying based on your experience and, in-house experience, is an unwieldy amount of time, it still feels to me like, and I mentioned this earlier on, as far as if I had to take a kind of weird fairy tale look at how Storaxa is going, it's Storaxa HQ, whatever it is, over here is a mountain of really useful information that they could post information of to maintain the project, and they're choosing not to. And to say nothing, it can, again, neutrality, blah, blah, doing such a bad job of that, but you've got 2 stances, haven't you? You've got one stance where you go, look, we aren't talking because we've got nothing to say, or we aren't talking because if we say nothing, we can let mystery or let indecision carry us through and apprehension. But unfortunately, as you say, we've got nowhere near enough information for one way or the other. And again, for myself and Eddie, who are 200 nicker in the hole, you know, I don't want to go into the details of YouTube. We haven't made 200 nicker from the ads on those videos we made. So we're not looking at it in terms of that finance, but there are users who are 1,500 to 2.5 grand in the hole, and they've watched the cost of hard drives dip and flow. They've watched a Prime Day. They're going to watch Black Friday disappear over the horizon. God knows why. And they can't. That money's locked for them. And I think that is problematic for some users. I'm just going to take a quick look at the chat. Is there anything on there I should go through, Ed?
No.
Oh, okay, cool. We've covered most of it there. But yeah, I mean, was anyone else got anything they'd like to add? I've just noticed that you just vaped dead subtle there. You're like, I'm indoors, get out of my face. But has anyone else got anything they'd like to add to the discussion? Oh, good. I think we've reached the end. Unless anyone's got something they'd like to add. Oh, go ahead, Reese. One moment. Fire away. Oh, you there, Race? You okay to... I can ask to unmute. I can't force...
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry.
No.
I forgot. I forgot.
No worries. No. It's cool.
In case if you get any chance to get a communication by email or whatever it is, only let them respond at least once in a week or alternate days for the comments for the backers. That is the only thing. So at least backers will be confident in their team. That is the only thing which I want actually.
Well, again,
let them respond to the comment.
I've mentioned a few times before. I put money on the fact that I think Storaxa, if they're not already here in the Zoom with us, then they will watch this. So hopefully a lot of the comments we've talked about will, if not already have occurred to them, then at least they'll hear about them. I mean, for me, if I do get in any form of communication with them, I will immediately share that in those comments groups, as well as updating our articles and our videos, blah, blah, blah. But you don't have to do that. We'll just make sure it's on the Kickstarter itself. I'm just going to go to the comments. But I think, again, I mentioned it earlier on, but I'll reiterate it. If you are watching this, Storaxa, and you're wondering how to make people happy about this product, actual updates, images of those warehouse, anything to do with the invoices, pro forma invoices, some of the credit agreements you discussed there, more of the communication you had with Stripe there, and basically just talking to users. I think I almost feel condescending in saying this. They shouldn't need some knobber on YouTube to tell them that, and unless someone wants to argue with me, I would love it, because I want to be wrong. Miguel, please tell me you're going to argue with me. Fire away, Miguel.
I would say that this isn't the worst campaign I have in Kickstarter, and I already baked like almost 30 campaigns, and most of them it's like they end the time to bake to be a baker for that campaign, and then they just give us an update like 3, 4, 5 months after, saying like it's being ready for production, or it's being shipped, or there is an update related to the product. And I think if they didn't have the status, like to say, okay, this will be the next update and stuff like that, we wouldn't have so much of these confusion and problems. But I like the way that they are doing it. They are trying to be almost every month having an update and stuff like that. So I don't mind they are like late for the updates, even though it's a bit frustrating for us, right? We are the bakers. We want the update as soon as they said that they were giving us an update. So I would say I don't mind being late or having an update like 3, 4 months, but we have to have a good update every time, like being more transparent with their information. So saying like, so this is what's happening, this is what we have, this is what we are missing to do, and this is our current status. Just by doing that, we'll be like removing any issue that we have on this project.
I think, circling back to what you're saying there, like, I'm again, I'm trying to remove any sense of me being in NAS compares and just looking at this like if I was just a normal backer with not trying to document this in any way. But I would say what I would want is those updates, as you say, to be significant, or at the very least, imagine if there was a comment there once a week that goes, "Hi, this is what we're doing this week." 3 or 4 lines. Basically a WhatsApp message, just something. But the fact that it's neither, it's short updates. And remember, the update deadline, when they've been late, those are self-appointed deadlines. And they are also self-appointed deadlines that you can flexibly change within the UI of Kickstarter. So that was something I raised in a video a few months ago. It was the idea that if you set a date for the 12th, there is absolutely nothing in the system that doesn't make you go 14th. You don't, if you haven't got an update on the 12th, and we've all got calendars, if you don't do the update on the 12th and you've done that self-appointed deadline, there is nothing in the UI that stops you going 14th. You can do that. You can just kick it down the road and then just post a little sentence that goes, "We're a little bit behind, but we've just moved the update. We'll get back to you in a few days." And it's a sentence. But that sentence carries so much weight. Again, Storaxa, if you're watching this, I'd like to think you know this. But no, unless anyone else has got something else to add, we got someone doing a dissertation or a PhD here in the comments. I'm going to copy and paste. This is my nighttime read. But I think a lot of users, this, because it's so large, because I think I mentioned this in the intro, you weren't all here for this, but when me and Eddie first heard about this, we didn't find out about this campaign because we were on Kickstarter looking to invest in something. We found out about it because subscribers to the channel and followers of the blog got in contact to say, "Oh, have you seen this? What do you think of it?" And that's the only reason we heard about it. And then when we looked into it, it had been on, I would say, maybe 60 to 70% of the mainstream tech media outlets. That amount of coverage was enormous. And that was before this campaign broke 1 million. It's a lot of notoriety and a lot of eyes on this project. And I think success or fail, regardless of the coverage of our videos and the big mega thread article, this is going to have repercussions afterwards, because there's going to be a lot of people. There's going to be people doing real campaigns that if this fails, if it doesn't fulfill, it's going to hurt people that are genuinely trying to do this very well. And it's very easy for us to look at this campaign from our own, wallets and be unhappy about it. But I do think that is another really underestimated negative that could come out of a campaign like this not landing completely. I'm just going to do one quick cursory look of the comments, and unless anyone's got anything else they'd like to add, we might wrap things up. Also, if you're reading the comments, I will post these somehow, somewhere. Don't worry. So if you've missed the comments, you can go ahead and read them. But unless I've forgot anything, Eddie, or if anyone's got anything left to add, I might wrap things up. Anyone? I'll count down from 5 in my mind. I'll edit this for the YouTube. Today it is going to be the November update. However, I know right now, almost certainly you're looking down and seeing that this video has been published in December. Why is that? Well, largely because although we do have several updates and different bits of information I want to discuss about this campaign that occurred during the course of November, I do think it's also worth highlighting that at the moment, Storaxa has kind of issued updates at times and said when they're going to update people, and sometimes they have, and sometimes they've been delayed in doing so, and I've noticed on there that it says October 30th, and in the most recent update they did state that relatively soon they will be giving more information on production. So I decided to hold off to publish this video until after the 30th of November. However, that does mean that perhaps at the end of this video there's going to be a bit tacked on. So if that happens, great. I don't know. That's in the future. I'm not clairvoyant. However, I'm going to proceed along, and if I don't hear anything on the Storaxa project or from the team creators by the 1st of December, I'm going to go ahead and print this video as it is. But let's carry on. So technically, there have been 4 updates, official updates from Storaxa on this campaign. The first part of this video, let's go through each of those updates. First up, there was the one on the 31st of October. Now, this is the one where they did detail about changes in their internal personnel. We touched on this, by the way, during the Zoom consultation and the Zoom kind of chat together in the previous month's video. I recommend you check out. But they were highlighting that they realised that notwithstanding the fact that they were stating that Stripe had not given them all of the funds, that they needed to make some personnel changes internally. And that led to communication issues, and they were stating that we're expecting to receive the remaining funds on the 7th of November and to begin production on the 13th of November. Now, alongside this, they included this image of the trays. This is the bay enclosure they're saying has been modified, that has been sent to them, that the eventual unit is going to have inside. And many users, and I detail this more in the article that we're always updating here, stated how that internal enclosure piece there doesn't look too dissimilar to the sort of thing you would pick off the shelf at AliExpress. And indeed, just slight differences in the design and the shape of it compared to the original image that was shown, and this new chassis design, placement, allocation of areas, whether it would fit and stuff like that. So whether that means a fundamental redesign in the chassis, or that this has arrived, and whether that was pre-production and whether that is going to be best suited to everything involved, is still yet to be confirmed. But there was no denying that their sharing of that image was not the full exoneration that they may have been hoping there, in terms of showing that, letting people know what's going on, because it did raise a few questions for some users, and you can head on down to a lot of those links in the description of that updated post. Unfortunately, only backers can access in order to find out more about that. Now, forward from that, there was a further update here, as you can see, on the 9th of November, a very short one here, basically stating that Stripe had released the funds. However, they hadn't released all of those funds. So they said it's not the best news, but it's not the worst news, and they were going to use that to sort of negotiate and work out how they could start production immediately. There was no room for error. Again, mixed reactions to this in the descriptions there, if you go into the comments, if you scroll on down, which led us to our next update on the 20th, an even shorter update, which went on to say that they've received the funds and mass production has started, and they'll be posting a more detailed update at the end of the week, and that was on the 20th of November, so that's 10 days ago at the time of recording, which led us on to update 26, 6 days later, where they went ahead and showed people a new motherboard they're working on there. It's still in the AMD board stage. We've seen predominantly that it's the AMD configuration that they've shown off more than any other, and you know, it's a nice looking Mobo there, and it's nice that they're sharing more images. It is the 10 GBE Intel AMD model there, and they've said they'll try to post every 7 to 10 days moving forward there. And again, this is what I mean about me holding off on the full publication of this video until right at the start of December, just to give them the benefit of the doubt of those published updates. But those have been the 4 main updates that they've talked about. Now, of those updates, I like to see the internal hardware, but as I've been saying now for what feels like half a year, show me the case. Yes, they've shown some images of the case in the past. We discussed that, and again, if you go into that article, there was mentioning of the case. They did show off some provisional images of the case, but these were a very long time ago, and it feels like something they should have knocking around their offices. Now, moving slightly ahead of those updates, which again, I'm not going to really call them 4 updates. If we had to think about it, it was basically 1 update and 3 kind of minor tip updates there. There hasn't been a lot of word from them in the comments. Now, there's going to be users that will argue, I would argue, for good or for bad, that this isn't Amazon, it isn't eBay, it's not Walmart. You are buying into crowdfunding. I completely understand it. And therefore, the actual expectations you have as a consumer when putting money towards this are very, very different to an eShop. But several users on there, I would argue rightly, would say that responding to the odd comment should be possible. It's not that hard. We are still talking about large sums of money. Although they did highlight there was changes in personnel, that to me should mean that replies are slow, not that replies don't happen at all. Also, when you do go through a lot of the comments, there's a lot of users that, as this is a campaign that a lot of people got into in January of 2023, the result is people have moved house. People have changed their bank details. People, when there are people on there requesting refunds, which is a sticky topic on crowdfunding, so we're not really going to delve into that one. But when people are looking for updates on things, when people are looking for, just a sign that their product is going to go to the correct address and not the one they used to live at, not many people have said anything on there along the lines of Storaxa responding to them. And by not many, I mean I've not had time to read through the last few thousand comments to see if people have actually confirmed it. But the ones that I have, when I have been scanning through these pages every day or every other day, all I can see is users saying they've requested address changes but never hearing back from Storaxa. Now, again, this is because of that limited personnel. I can understand if they have changed the number of personnel on site and they've had to change things to adopt a better financial workable model. I completely understand. But at the same time, that should explain slow replies, not no replies. Now, a lot of users have reached out to me on the base of the last few updates, and it was mentioned in the comments as well, about a review unit and asking me, have I received a review unit and have I been in communication with Storaxa about that? And I've tried my best not to share the communication outside of these videos because I think it's a little bit unfair otherwise, but within the context of these videos I think that's fine because this is about a documentation of crowdfunding NAS campaigns as a whole, not just this one. Now, when it comes to that sample, the last communication I've had with them was on the 31st of October, so 1 day shy of a month ago. Now, with that, they highlighted, thanking me for continued coverage of the project, whether, we can read into that whatever we like. But on top of that, they said that the review sample will be ready to send out for you next week. We've replaced the pre-production parts with parts from the actual production line, and we'll receive a sample that is more like the finished product, which is great, which is exactly what we were talking about in previous correspondence. There was no rush for that sample. We are not in any major rush for it. We'd rather have something we receive be better representative of what everyone else will receive, because even though we are reviewing a prototype, we don't want to review something that is objectively different to what campaign backers are also going to receive. However, and I've obviously removed my address from this, thank you Google Elements, it should be highlighted that that was the 31st of August and no unit has arrived. There's been no further communication and it has been a calendar month. Now, if they hadn't once again stated a deadline, I wouldn't be raising this point. But they're the ones that have raised a deadline here if they have before, which has been something of a recurring issue throughout this campaign, with them setting their own milestones, their own guidelines, of which they then are unfortunately unable to stick to. And bear in mind, that is October 31st I received that message, where October 31st was when they mentioned they still had the cash flow issues and they hadn't received the bulk of that funding yet. So again, I'm kind of disappointed that they didn't follow up on that message and that further information didn't arise from it. Again, because it was a self-imposed deadline on their part, not because we are in any rush to receive it here at NAS Compares. Now, moving forward from that, I think it is, and you can probably see from the tab on my screen, a lot of users have raised either with me, raised on Reddit, or raised in the comments of the campaign itself, comparisons with another crowdfunding campaign that has started recently, and that is the ZimaCube. And it is one, hands in air, that I've talked about a lot on the channel recently, indeed. Whereas the Storaxa campaign started in January of 2023, and we're going into December of 2023, and there has been arguably more limited hands-on of that unit, not just by reviewers, of course, or who I'm referring to when I'm talking in the first person, but also on their updates. Now, that is their first campaign. I completely understand. This is, ZimaCube, this is technically their third crowdfunding campaign. They have units in the wild, they have existing subsidy. That all makes sense why they would be more established or more polished in their presentation. On top of that, obviously they've got a bit more backing and financial backing from previous projects and a reputation that goes along with it. So I'm not suggesting by comparing these two, and you shouldn't either, that these two should be like-for-like comparisons in terms of a production on crowdfunding and the eventual result. Also, it's worth highlighting that the ZimaCube doesn't have the number of SKUs, and that is to say the number of configurations, including hard drives and SSDs and different CPUs, that the Storaxa campaign has. And therefore, the ZimaCube is arguably a simpler proposition to present in terms of Kickstarter and managing those orders. However, and I will probably mention this next year against these two devices, because I do think they need to be compared against one another, points that others and myself have raised are the following. Number one, with the ZimaCube, one of the things they've done in terms of their updates is their updates are public. So if you go in to an incognito window where we're not logged in, as you can see, updates, I can read them. I don't have to be a backer to read them. I need to, throw in a buck if I want to go into the comments and add into there, which can often be a kind of barrier to stop trolls. But when it comes to actual updates, they've kept it public. Also, alongside that, they've published a lot more images about their production. They've gone ahead and described a lot of the PCIe lanes there. And on top of that, and yes, they are a larger established team, but not that much larger, importantly. They've gone into more detail about the tests, a lot more of this public information that you can find online. It's not unlisted. And it's things like that I've been separating these two campaigns about. The fact that on the ZimaCube campaign there, I can see all of the performance that they've published. Now, if I take off my Everyday Joe Public hat and I put on my YouTube reviewer hat, as mentioned, they've sent one. If you followed the channel, you know that we've received this device. We've already started conducting hardware testing. The software testing, we're waiting until they roll out their own OS. And again, they are rolling out their own OS with this thing. They're not utilizing a third-party OS. It has to be said that the way they've managed that campaign does draw certain dissatisfaction for some users about the way the campaign has been handled by Storaxa there. But once again, we're not criticising that with regards to brand versus brand, because of the scale of these two organisations are very, very different. But still, nonetheless, the ZimaCube campaign has highlighted for a lot of users weaknesses in the way updates are being delivered, weaknesses in the way information is being presented on that campaign. And I did think it was worthy of note because there were lots of users that were getting in touch about that specific point, because as time has worn on with this campaign and people have got adjusted and used to the way the updates are being delivered, when they can see on the other side of the fence that it is being presented in arguably a more informative way, that does draw comparison. Now, if you're watching this, that means that there hasn't been a further update in time to make this end of the video. Indeed, I put a comment on the main comment section of Storaxa. It already went live a little while ago, explaining why this video has eked into December when I never would have liked it to go out into December. Let's face it, there I am criticising Storaxa about staying to their own deadlines, and I've gone ahead and published a video a day or so late. Let's face it, there is something to talk about there. But nevertheless, I think it's important that those delays are explained. And this is only further kind of underlining that point I'm making about that you should explain why delays happen. You should explain about those hurdles that you can hit when you make certain decisions. Even if you send short messages like this one, people will understand and, you know, forgive you for it if you go out of your way to explain those reasons why, for good or for bad. Hopefully, in the next few days, there will be more concrete of an update from Storaxa on this. And which brings us to now, December 2023, December 31st, 2023, if you want to be precise. And yes, I have got myself a rotten cold. Gotta love seeing those relatives at Christmas, right? So, straight away off the bat, there was only one meaningful update throughout that whole period, and it was this one here, update 33. And it showed off this case here. They're saying the case is getting ready for larger scale, you know, polishing, furbishment, that sort of stuff. With the case, you know, this is being a very early framework for that case before they start doing any of the treatment that you would expect from an external chassis. Now, as good as this might sound, because one of the things I've been labouring on those of you that actually watched the remainder of that video where I went through the last few updates, we saw very little of the case from Storaxa. However, I still don't count this as seeing the case. I know what I'm seeing right now is a familiar external chassis here. I know it still needs additional treatment on this, and therefore this is not going to look like the finished product anyway, yet at the very least. But this is still not enough for me to know that this is still proceeding heavily well in development, because one of the other issues that we've encountered with regards to updates from Storaxa is, once again, they've fallen guilty of it of themselves, posting their own deadlines, which they then seemingly cannot maintain. This update here from the 26th of November regarding that AMD motherboard there, they mentioned they're hoping to post an update every 7 to 10 days. Indeed, saying that they're assigning new personnel to a lot of that response. However, there was that update I've just mentioned there, and that was on the 7th of December. And then since then, there has been no further updates. Once again, this has always been something of a heel for this campaign, in that it's always been trying to keep people informed, but at the same time, when people have been informed, either the updates have been very, very lean, or they've set lots of goals for letting people know updates and information and never really committing to that. Now, over on Reddit here, we've got user St. Patinhas, and again, I apologise if I pronounced that wrong. He's been doing some great work over on the Storaxa Reddit there, kind of amalgamating a lot of the information and updates into single threads. But one of the other things he or she did was an update timeline here. This updated timeline, I'm going to remove myself here from the bottom of the camera because I think that will make it a lot easier for you to read. This shows you just how much time has passed with each of those updates. Now, again, these are actually pretty good update timelines at the beginning. But then we saw some of them getting larger and larger. One of them, during the money being held situation that Storaxa volunteered there, 39 days. And again, they talked about expectations for updates. Those didn't really pan out. But again, as good as this looks when there's loads and loads of updates here, which I think is actually quite a healthy representation, still doesn't deny that they keep time and time again setting deadlines for their updates, setting deadlines for things to happen, and then them not going through with it. And I think when we look at, for example, Chinese New Year, which is going to be kicking in, in a month or so, that is something that is largely going to cease production there. And there's still been no hugely more recently updated fulfillment deadline there. And I think if you go into the comment section of this campaign, you are finding a lot of users there just generally getting cheesed off by this relative inactivity in updates relative to the deadlines they are all themselves setting out. Now, that update I mentioned in early December does actually mention a couple of other interesting little nuggets that we should discuss. Number one, that the pledge manager and address change deadline there was for the 15th of December. So lots of users who may have moved house, changed location, or for one reason or another wish to change the address that they originally gave on this campaign way back in Jan-Feb 2023. That is their deadline with regards to changing it there. And fair play to Storaxa. Going through the comments, it does look like those that did get in contact and request changes to be made were heard and those changes were implemented there. So there was at least responses to a lot of those inquiries. But the other thing that was raised that I think was particularly intriguing was the idea that since it was, verbatim quote here, since it is getting closer to a busy winter holiday shipping period, there is an increase in shipping cost and delivery time. To save on premium delivery and to avoid the longer time your rewards will be in transit, we've decided to begin shipping your rewards second week of January 2024. So they're saying it will give them enough time for quality control and testing before they ship the final product. Now, they didn't really go into a lot of detail about the word reward there. I know it seems like I'm being really, really pragmatic and really, really, stick in the mud about this, but are they referring to things such as the rewards of the 2.5 to USB adapter that was unlocked as a backer reward as one of those stretch goals? Or are they talking about the PledgeBox stuff where people added on Gen 4 SSDs, storage hard drives, my cat walking in camera? Just largely all of those things that they were mentioning that were added on, the things that brought this campaign from 1.9 million to 3.4 million overall in terms of the revenue generated by this campaign. No, you've got to leave camera. Not everyone received their SD cards, of course. Some users during that test shipping program never received it there. And again, it was a test ship nonetheless. But I'd be interested if they would clarify what exactly they meant by the word rewards there. The implication seems to be the storage hard drives and SSDs or any kind of upgrades that were considered optional accessories. But still, nonetheless, it would have been nice to have that clarification just a little clearer there on that update. The last thing that came up during December 2023 regarding this campaign was a very small nugget that I need you to take with a pinch of salt, or at least until further investigation, and even then it may well be nothing, because none of this is a tremendous shock sometimes. This is to do with a Reddit post here regarding that AMD motherboard, the 5825U motherboard that Storaxa are using in that larger system with 10 GB on board. And a highlight here from a user Joyce-like that the 5825U motherboard from Storaxa is actually from Aoostar, and talking about discussion they'd had with Aoostar about this. Now, there's very little information on here. We've only got these nuggets of information here to read. However, when we look at Aoostar's range there, and I did a whole video talking about a number of different NAS solutions that they are working on for 2024, one of which is a combined DIY solution here with NVMe slots, 10 GBE, 2.5 GBE, and hard drive slots there on the front. There is a huge degree of comparison there about the motherboard that may well be inside this device, which kind of adds credence to that. Additionally, I've looked at a couple of these Aoostar solutions very recently here on the channel, and there's definitely comparisons to be made on a lot of that hardware architecture. Now, again, I've only got this Reddit post to point at here, and this is full pinch of salt territory, TBC, etc. But one of the things I'm interested by is, if this is something that Aoostar were making, does that mean that Storaxa weren't involved in this and they were just buying this motherboard? I mean, if they did, it's not the end of the world, let's face it. They were talking about using top-10 parts. That's, you know, using third-party parts is not the end of the world, and it's something that I think a lot of users would expect smaller companies to do. But if this is true, this feels like something it would have been nice to know during a lot of the delays and learning a lot more about waiting for that PledgeBox money to open up, and were a lot of these things happening in the background that I think, you know, backers would have been nice to know about. But again, all of this is contingent on a small amount of information here, which could very well be hearsay. Finally, let's discuss that Zoom call that I mentioned at the start of the video. Now, a little while ago, in the comments section of the Storaxa Kickstarter campaign, again, using Kickstarter's horrendous all-in-one messaging system here, I posted on here 26 days ago about whether anyone wanted to get involved in a second Zoom, just to see how the campaign has gone over the last 12 months, and basically discuss it. We did one of these a few months ago here for backers during the periods of, you know, relative silence by the campaign. And I'm going to be hosting another one at the end of January the 30th, 2 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time there. The link is in the description. I'll try and link to this specific comment in the description. But if you do want to attend that Zoom, I reckon there's a limit of about 100 people that can attend. It's going to be very similar to the previous Zoom. It's not going to be antagonistic to anyone. We're just discussing thoughts, feelings and perspective on the campaign, and ultimately how we feel the campaign has gone thus far. So I recommend you check that out if you do wish to get in touch, and also so we can just exchange and kind of really get some heads together on this campaign and see how things have gone. So do check that out. But apart from that, thank you so much for watching. I have a rotten cold and a cat here that is just waiting to jump in front of the camera. But apart from that, I hope you have a fantastic 2023, and I hope you have an even better 2024. Apart from that, see you next time.